It is 4 o'clock and we have the green light to go.
Great, thank you, Tricia. I'd like to welcome everybody to this evening's Carmel Unified School District Board of Education meeting on Wednesday, May 26th. I'd like to call this meeting to order and establish a quorum.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
I am here with enthusiasm.
Board Member Carl Palestrini. Carl is here on mute.
If I could please get a motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
and Board Member Seabury Nockbar will be joining us in closed.
Hey, Tricia, I don't have the link to closed. Can you resend?
I can rescind.
Thank you, dear.
And if Anne Marie could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance with all of that enthusiasm, that would be fabulous.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and we will go ahead and accept public comment on just these items. So please bear with me. We have 5 of them to read through. So closed session agenda item 2A, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, subdivision A, agency designated representative, board president Sarah Hines regarding unrepresentative employee, the superintendent. Closed session agenda item 2B, public employee appointment, employment pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1, superintendent. Closed session agenda item 2C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, facts and circumstances that might lead to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D2, 1 case. Agenda item for closed session 2D, student discipline or other confidential student matters pursuant to Education Code sections 35146, 48900, 48912B, and 49060, and 20 USC section 1232G, case number 20.21.01. And last but not least, closed session agenda item 2E, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, subdivision A, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, Tricia Dallas, and Yvonne Perez regarding represented and unrepresented employees, ACT, CSCA, and non-represented groups except the superintendent. So thank you. That was a mouthful. So as I mentioned, before we adjourn to closed session, if there is public comment on closed session agenda items 2A through E, we will take those now.
So it does not look like we have any attendees that would be public comment. So seeing no hands raised or public comment.
Great, we will adjourn to close. Thank you.
For those who are joining us for the 5:30 open session, this is just a quick announcement that the board will be about 5 minutes late returning from closed session. For those of you who are just joining us, just please note that the board is running a few minutes late in closed session. They'll be with us in a few minutes. For those of you waiting in the audience, please note that the board is running a little bit late. They'll be joining us in just a bit.
So it looks like we're just waiting for Carl. So it looks like we are all present.
Would you like me to go ahead and get started, Tricia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
All right, I would like to welcome members of the public and our community back to the Board of Education meeting today, May 26, 2021. The board has just come out of closed session, so I would like to report the actions that were taken in closed, and please excuse the length of the report out this evening because there was a hearty closed session agenda. All right, regarding closed session agenda item 3A, in closed session, the board voted unanimously to appoint Edward Ted Knight as the district superintendent beginning July 1st, 2021. The board will be considering his contract later this evening, and following that item, I look forward to introducing Mr. Knight to you all. Closed session agenda item B. Moving on to C. A closed session agenda item C. In closed session, the board provided direction and parameters for mediation related to item 2C on the closed session agenda. Agenda item 2D, regarding the expulsion case number 20.21.01, may I please have a motion to approve the stipulated expulsion agreement?
Motion to approve the stipulated agreement?
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen. You muted yourself, Anne Marie.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. Board Member Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini. And Carl, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, regarding closed session agenda item E, in closed session, the board provided direction and parameters in regards to item 2E on the closed session agenda. Great. So we are finished with closed session readouts. I would like to acknowledge to the public and our audience this evening that this meeting is being audio taped and recorded. And from there, I would like to move on to public comment. This is agenda item 3C. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Education on items within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda or regarding reports under item 3D may do so at this time. Community members wishing to address the board are allotted 3 minutes per speaker. Please note that speaking time cannot be delegated to another person. And should more than 20 people wish to address any one topic, the board may elect to allot 2 minutes per speaker. Please know that the Carmel Unified Board of Education is committed to maintaining a respectful and productive environment that fosters a culture of civility where the staff, the community, and the board feel safe to express themselves. The board welcomes your comments now and requests that you please express yourself accordingly. We thank you for your interest in our schools and in this meeting this evening.
Now is the time to raise your hand if you have non-agenda items. These are items that are not on the agenda. We will not revisit this. So again, items not on the agenda. I will take pause. Last call for non-agenda items. I see 4 hands raised: Will Bands, Shell Rittermall, Christina Kochevar, and BDJ. You will be the ones to speak. Will, please unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, my name is Will Bands and I teach 3rd grade at Captain Cooper. This comment actually comes from my fellow certificated staff members and I, and it's a thank you to our talented classified colleagues at Cooper for this year. We did not want the school year to end without acknowledging what they did this year and highlighting the support they gave us and the students when we couldn't be on campus with our cohorts during distance learning. In particular, Carolyn Sinclair and Jen Velasquez went above and beyond to help our kids, making sure they can access all that technology and the learning online. And they worked with multiple grade levels at the same time. And in those first days, taught kids the very basic skills they needed just to access everything. And we just want to say thank you to them. And also Jose, who didn't just keep the campus up and running, but also helped keep us safe. Beyond that, on a personal level, I wanted to acknowledge 3 more groups. First, my fellow teachers for all their dedication. We've been burned out since March 2020. Seeing all the hours you put in, all the unpaid nights and weekends, helped me dig a little deeper, knowing I wasn't alone, and that helped. So with the summer break and last year behind us, I'm really hopeful we'll start next year healthier and fine-tuned. Secondly, want to show gratitude to the parents and families of our students. As a parent myself, I know the anxieties of the last year were really hard to balance with work and home life, and the students and teachers like myself, we couldn't have done it without you, of course. And lastly, my biggest, strongest shout out goes to the kids. I think about what it must have been like to be one of my students, an 8-year-old 3rd grader, just navigating this complex year. The complex distance learning I set up for them with all the different components. And I think about being that young during a pandemic and overhearing different stories, or how your dad's job got cut to 4 at the hotel, or your mom's hours are to 0. And I'm amazed by a student I know who came back after a month off from health reasons in the middle of the year, and somehow came back a model student, stronger than ever. So thank you. They deserve nothing less than our best effort, and probably more than this little public comment, but I appreciate it. Thank you again.
So, Shell, if you can unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, this is Shelley Rittermall. I was just calling tonight because I wanted to let you guys know how thankful we are that our students are back at school on campus. I know it's been a lot of work that's been done to make that happen, and we're really grateful for that. The students and their families are definitely happier and healthier being at school. But the one thing that many are not happy about, and that is not healthy, is that the students are being required to wear masks. I understand that you're operating under the California Department of Public Health guidance and the California state mask mandate that says that the students still need to wear masks at school. But I'm asking of you two things. The first is to make it clear and insist of California state public health officials and government representatives that you oppose the continued mask mandates for students on campus in the fall. Second, that if there is a time that our school district is given the opportunity to stop requiring mask use, that this district will indeed stop requiring the students to wear them, and that instead the students and their families can make a choice regarding mask use. And when the teacher's contract is renegotiated, or the memorandum of understanding between CUSD and the Association of Carmel's Teachers regarding issues related to COVID, there is currently a statement in there says now that regarding government agencies, the district will comply with the strictest guidelines. I hope if there is a time in the future that the guidelines are opened up where mask use can be a choice and not a requirement, that the MOU will be changed, that it will not adhere to the strictest guidelines. So indeed, the students can choose whether they want to wear a mask or not. Our COVID case numbers are down. People can get vaccinated. I care, as I'm sure you do, about the best interest and well-being of the students, and the masks are not in their best interest. It reduces their oxygen intake. It reduces their airflow. It retains their carbon dioxide. It's harder to breathe. It causes social anxiety and social issues with communicating and hampering social behaviors and fatigue and overheating, and it distracts them from their academics. And there is no long-term studies proving that it's safe for youth to wear masks for long hours every day. And it has been proven that kids do not spread the COVID virus easily, that the COVID is a negligible risk to the youth, and this continued mask wearing is causing our kids to be fearful. I've heard the staff say before that it's not a problem for the kids to be wearing masks, that they're doing it without arguing. And of course, they're not arguing. They've been told if they have no mask, they get no school. I feel like basically we're being bullied and peer pressured and forced to wear a mask for those people that do not want to. And I'm shocked at the elementary level that the kids are requested to be wearing their mask while they're running the track and doing PE. The masks are harming our children's mental, emotional, physical, and social health. Please do your part to change the mask requirement to a mask choice on campus in the fall. And the first chance you get, please make the mask a school choice and not a school requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, if you can unmute yourself and make your statement.
Hi there. I hope you can hear me. It says my my internet is unstable, so hopefully I'm coming through. I was on a couple of meetings ago with concerns around the recent allegations of sexual harassment and assault that came to light on social media. And I have to say that I am so incredibly impressed by the response. And I wanted to just thank a list of people. First and foremost, the principal of Carmel High School, John Lyons, Craig Tawana, Paul Behan, Trish Dellis, Carl Palestrini, Tess Arthur, and Lee Cambra all listened to me, listened to my concerns, spoke very openly about what's possible, what isn't possible. They were hard conversations, but I felt very heard. And what I've seen as a product of those conversations, just so impressed by the number of steps that have been taken. They're meaningful. My son has talked openly about these. He has shared stories about peer groups holding each other accountable to behavior, including in an athletic setting for the school. So I'm so continue to be so pleased to be in the school district. So thrilled to have put 5 children through it. This is number 5 for us. So one more year and you'll be done with our family. But thank you so much. It's been an insane year. And this was a really hard thing to layer on top of a list of really hard things. So I just can't thank you enough. I know there's more to do, but stay strong, stay with it. The students hear you, the parents hear you, and I'm super grateful. So just wanted to say thanks.
BDJ, if you could unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? I'm in a car. So this is Bahar Ranmanesh. Hello, good evening. I had a procedural question in regards to the end of the last board meeting. I was lingering on before the meeting adjourned, where President Hines was asking for agenda topic items. A bunch of really good items were brought up by callers, and then the meeting was adjourned, and that was it. And I managed to stay on, and I heard Mr. Palestrini on, and he was waiting for comment, but there was no other board members that were on. And I'm just trying to understand from a procedural process, are you supposed to stay on and discuss these agenda topics? Are they being noted? Because I can't find anything in any meeting minutes. There used to be meeting minutes on the CUSD website, but when I click on the meeting minutes link, it takes me back to meeting minutes from 2019, I believe was the last time. So if someone could please expand on what the current process is and how these agenda topic items are being addressed and logged, I would really appreciate it, because I heard some really great ones, and it was kind of, I could sense the disappointment in Mr. Palestrini's voice when he was asking for feedback and there was no one on the call. So if someone could please address that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
That was the last one that had made the timeline for public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tricia. Moving on to agenda item 3D, board, superintendent, student representative, ACT and CSCA comments. These are routine status regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and any meetings that this group has attended, and any recent developments. So we'll start with the roundtable with the board. We will go ahead and start with Anne Marie this evening.
Hello, hello. I attended a meeting, a brown bag meeting about reopening board meetings, and essentially found out that Executive Order N2920, it's when that's ending, no longer social distancing, that we will be meeting back in public. I'm really looking forward to that. Just found out a lot about the particulars, about what needs to happen, and what other districts are doing about it. It was very informative, and yet it was only 1 hour long. So it was wonderful to go to, and I really appreciate William leading it, and it was, I appreciate, thank you. And I wanted to talk to you about, I've gone and visited a couple of the odd little spots and plots and stuff that are belonging to the district, and sort of familiarizing myself with the odd little odds and ends. The historic barn that sits on Robinson Canyon Road, that's come up, Logan Hall School, and Bay School. I was looking at those and having discussions with people who have, community members who have either gone to school there, been there, done something with it, finding out about the history of it, or how it's been involved with the district. That was very informative. There's a lot of stuff that's coming up, so when we have a discussion about those buildings again, I will be more well informed. I wanted to talk about a passing of somebody that was very significant. A former educator, teacher at Carmel High School, Mike Gardino, passed away on Sunday. He was a mentor for me when I started at Carmel High School. Mike was Mike. I loved his style. Not everybody, got along with him every minute of every day, but you always respected Mike for what he did. He would show up at 6:30 in the morning. He would teach 0 period for AP Chem, and he would continue on through 6th period. And he was there every break, lunch, to meet with any of the kids. He was interested in what they were doing. He would stay for the after school sports to find out what they were doing, stay for drama, anything that the kids were involved in. He wanted to know what they were doing. He wanted to get to know his students on such a different level. I know that at one point in time, a student had broken his pelvis and was at home and hospital, and he would, after 0 period, teaching 1 to 6, he would prep 7th period, and he would go over to the young man's house and he would present labs to the students. So he would not be missing out when he was doing home and hospital. He left education, in my opinion, way too early. I think he retired, before he should have. I think that he had many, many more years. And he brought about a marine biology class, and he thought that the kids needed to get involved and do the whole child, and taught them how to dive, and would go and have outings in the bay. And they would, it was exceptional. The kids that participated with him just learned so much and took away so much from him. I spoke with quite a few of his students and colleagues, and man, the things that they had to say about him, incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, Mike, you will be missed. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne Marie. Let's move on to Seabury.
Hi, I just have a couple things to report on. I was lucky enough to do a couple site visits last week. It's really fun when I have the opportunity to go onto campuses and walk around a little bit. So I actually went to Carmel Valley High School, and Mr. Perry was able to walk me around. Unfortunately, there were no students on campus, but I still got a really great opportunity to see how that campus runs and operates, and some of the fabulous ideas that they have for providing just really exceptional opportunities for the students that are there at the Carmel Valley High School. So thank you very much for allowing me to interrupt your day and have a tour of the campus and some good, thoughtful discussion following that site visit. I was also lucky enough to do a site visit at Carmelo, and that's just such a joy to be there. I love that little place. It's just a gem in our district, and I'm very grateful that many children in our district can attend that sweet little place. Ms. Dunn, you've done an amazing job running this through the pandemic and keeping it open, and the teachers and the staff there for continuing to operate under such harsh conditions through the whole year. And I just had a great time talking to you and meeting some of the staff there. So thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to walk me around. And that is all I have to report out.
Great, thank you, Seabury. Tess?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. So I want to start with some gratitude, and I just want to really thank the prom committee. They worked very, very hard. They created a magical event in the midst of a very fragile time. So Melissa, Julie, and Farah and Josh, thank you. Thank you for what you pulled off with all of your teams and committees. I was lucky to be, involved from a distance, and went the day before and saw the transformation when I went the next day, and saw a lot of the dads stepping up and stepping in. And I just really wanted to thank you. I too have been doing a lot of site visits. Will, I'm bummed I missed you at Cooper, but I really appreciate your comments, and you stole a little bit of my thunder, but you gave us a really good perspective from many different lenses of what everyone has been experiencing. And I think that resonated for me, and I'm sure it resonated. That is the district-wide lens from each perspective that you gave. So I thank you for that and for making this even more real, because that is what is real. And what I experienced visiting Carmel High School and River School, and I too ended today at Carmelo. And, it's the smiling faces and the joy is so evident, but there is definitely a layer of fatigue. And I think, I saw in River School, one of the classrooms, 5.5 more days. And I think you have earned your summer. This is the emotional toll this year has taken on everybody across the board, parents, students, is insurmountable. And I think we're coming out of it. I feel the light coming in, and I'm just really thankful for that. And finally, Izzy, I just want to thank you. You are such a bright light, and thank you for being that for us through these dark times. It's been a pleasure having you as a student board rep, and your joy is very, very contagious. So Cal is extremely lucky to have you, and just keep doing what you're doing. I saw your brother today, and I think he's actually really proud of you too.
Go Bears, go Bears, go Bears.
Yeah, thank you, Izzy. That's it for me, Sarah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Tess. And more to come for you, Izzy. So you just hold on a second. Carl, take it away. You are muted, Carl.
I am muted, but what else is new? Okay, thanks, Sarah. Anyway, not a lot for me, but I've been hearing from a lot of parents about just whatever's on their mind. I don't know exactly why. I mean, I've always heard from parents, but, a lot of conversations, quite frankly, about graduation, about the opening and how they feel about that, about summer school, all of those kind of things. What do I think about this, that, and what do they think? So that's been a good thing. It really has. And, sharing perspectives. And I've always appreciated the parents that are willing to make those calls and just say, hey, this is on my mind. And, I don't have a lot of answers because I'm only one board member, but it certainly is good to listen to what they have to say. Now we've even got high school students calling me about the graduation, because I guess I'm the former principal, and they're starting to pick my brain. I don't know where they got it, but that's what they're doing. Anyway, the other thing too is I want to second what Anne Marie Rosen had to say about Mike Gardino. I worked with him at Carmel High School, and he was our AP Chem teacher, and he was honors physics. And, it wasn't always easy with Mike, I must say, but I will say this. That guy was the quintessential teacher. He was there early. He left late. He was there on Saturdays, but there was a lot more to it than that. His lessons were absolutely fascinating, well constructed. And, I sat in quite a few of them myself because I don't know a whole lot about chemistry. And I decided to learn more, kind of like the kids do. So there was that. But, he also was the author of one of the most interesting courses we've ever offered at Carmel High School, and that was Subtitle Marine Research, or Biology 2. Yes, it was on the schedule. And how did it work? Well, it met on the high school campus 3 days a week, but it also met the other times on the weekends because the course was conducted underwater. In other words, he certified the kids. He was a certified diver. They went down with him. They learned how to collect data and do the research. Now, how is that for an out-of-the-box high school course offering? You don't see that too often, folks. But anyway, I just want to give a tip of the hat. High standards, demanding, never wasted a minute of time in the classroom. But boy, I'm telling you, from what I've heard from the kids that have had him, college courses in that genre were a breeze because of the demand and because of the organization and because of the expectations that he had for his students. So I just wanted to put that in there. And before I go to, I've been thinking, but we do shout outs, and this one for me is for Trisha Dellis. She got us through this, I won't call it a nightmare. I will call it, one of the most difficult times I think the country's ever faced in our lifetimes. And she got us open. She did it first. Took an awful lot of the hard end of the comments that were made about the process and handled it with great dignity and like a lady that she is. She's not one of those people that's out in front looking for credit. She's one of those people that just wants to get it done, to make it work, and to do it in the most expeditious way that she can. So I am going to really miss her. Not quite yet, because she's still got a little time with us. But I just wanted to say that. That's it.
Thank you so much, Carl. So I will make my readout short and sweet. I did have the chance to do a brief site visit out at Tularcitos, hoping to do a longer one, obviously, in the new school year when things are wide open. But it was great to see the kiddos and the teachers and the staff on that campus, and also spend some time with Mr. Peterson. I also had a fireside chat with Tom Perry and Tina Giroux out at Carmel Valley High School, which is always super fabulous and fun. And thank you guys for visiting with me for a while and letting me know what's going on there. I was also out at Carmel Middle School today and met with Dan Morgan. So I know all the principals are feverishly preparing for graduations and not trying to take up time, but just want everybody to know that the Board of Education is here to support you. And we're thankful for everything that you guys are all doing right now after a very long, tedious school year. So on to bigger and better things. I really would like to thank Izzy for her time as our student board member on the same vein of this very crazy school year. I am so sorry that we did not spend more time with you in person and getting to know you a little bit more. But we have been proud of your representation of Carmel High School, and we're thankful that you wanted to be the student board member. So thank you very much. And I wanted to read just a few sentences that Ms. Powers put together, and she actually gave us editing licenses, which were not needed. But Izzy, as Tess mentioned, you have been a bright light in these meetings, and this clearly goes beyond into your days at the high school. So when Ms. Powers was speaking about you, she said she is a light when in person, and our leadership class and her peers experience that each day when she glides into the room, and evident in her videos put out this year to connect with our school community. She leads thoughtful discussions, allowing for different opinions to share their voices. Izzy's commitment to leading during this year has been valuable beyond words, and we are grateful for the integrity she has displayed. And we all couldn't agree with Ms. Powers more. We are so proud of you. And we're all, on behalf of the Board of Education, we are sending you some Cal swag so you can start your year off right. So look forward to that soon. And again, thank you for all the time and effort that you've put into this role. It really does not go unnoticed. Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Trisha Dellis.
Thank you. And thank you, Izzy, as well. I totally share everything that Sarah said about you. And it was just such a disappointment not to be able to be in the building with you as we had you on the board this year. So we appreciate all that you've done for us and with us in this really interesting time. You got to see the first Zoom board meetings in the history of time. So what a special thing that must have been for you. 7-hour long ones. So with that, I have 2 items that I want to discuss this evening. First and foremost, obviously, graduation, promotion, commencement activities are happening in full swing, like Sarah said, and the principals and staff are out there getting ready for all of these events. We're excited that we get to do these in person. And for the high school, I know there's been a lot of chatter in the last couple days because of the 2-ticket restriction that we have at this current time. I'd like to say that we are working from the CDPH guidelines again. I know we've said this all year long, but because we are in orange tier this week, we are still under the 33% capacity of an outdoor event. And so with that, the staff, I want to give a shout out to Lisa Brazil, because she's the one who is this, actually carries this. She is the assistant to Principal Lyons, and she puts in tremendous amounts of time and energy into making this a successful event. She has other people working with her on her team, and she probably will give them a shout out later tonight. With that, they are looking at the 33% capacity, and knowing that we are right, it looks like what the news and what the numbers are saying is that we might be going to the yellow tier next week, next Tuesday. Obviously, with that, we'll have to look at the guidance again and figure out what those next steps are. They're already considering what that might look like. You can imagine, because it's so late, right up against the 3 days before the actual event, this is adding a lot more to this situation. But I want to reassure everyone that it is being looked at and considered as we move forward and we look at the guidance as we move. I know a lot of people are talking about PG and Monterey and all these other different school districts. I would just say this. I have heard from many people that students were surveyed and that the students at Carmel High School and the seniors in particular, those seniors want to be on campus in that stadium. They didn't want to go to the fairgrounds. They didn't want to do Laguna Seca. They want to be there. And so with that, we have to look at that actual facility and figure out what the capacity can take. We didn't want to split the time up. A lot of schools are doing that. They're doing, half and half. People are just trying to be very creative out there to make things happen safely. I understand that it's just so close to that June 15th date when we're supposed to open up fully. I have a feeling they probably planned it that way. They know that there's thousands of graduations going on throughout the state through all the grade levels. And so this is a big time for those large events to happen. So with that, we're being mindful and we are hearing you. I appreciate so much those of you who reached out in such an amazing way, asking the questions and doing it respectfully and just really trying to help and work with us. So more to come on that as we move forward with our celebrations next week. We're really excited about that. And then secondly, I don't want to lose sight of the sexual harassment, sexual assault issues in our community and our schools. It is something that has been brought up obviously recently with our students. There's a lot going on, as Christina alluded to, on the campuses. I would say specifically at the high school campuses or campus currently. And I would like to bring Principal Lyons and his team to our June 9th board meeting so that he can speak to what's been happening in the last couple months since we've been back on campus and get a report to the board and to the community as to what those activities are. We would also like to bring forward Paul Bien, who is a tremendous Title IX coordinator. That's actually, if I had to look at him, he has such compassion and empathy as a human being. I know that he interfaces with our families and students in a very amazing way in that capacity. So I don't know, technology may not be his, all that, but he's very, very good at his Title IX role. So with that, those two will be coming to the June 9th board meeting to give you an update and so that we can transition this conversation district-wide as we move forward with the new superintendent. It's obviously one of the first things I'll be discussing with our new superintendent as he transitions into our district. So thank you for having our updates this evening, and here we go.
Thank you so much, Tricia, for that thorough update. And thank you for adding those agenda items to the next meeting. That's excellent. All right, moving on. We will move to you, Izzy.
Thank you. To start, I don't have very much to report on as we are approaching the end of the year, but tomorrow morning at 2:30, the seniors are going to the parent-sponsored senior trip to Knoxberry Farm. And we also had a very successful prom, which was one of the best nights of my life. So I want to thank everyone who put that on. Our day on the green is on Friday, which we are really excited to have. The last day on the green we had was my freshman year. So we've had many conflicts with that event, but we're very excited to have it happen on Friday. We have a recognition assembly next week to recognize Student of the Years and other graduation stuff and just awards. The Carmel High School Film Festival is on Friday at 5 p.m. at the Monterey County Fairgrounds. So if you would love to go support the students' films and projects they've been working on, tickets are $20. Our sports are doing really well. Students are participating in the PCAL meets this week to qualify for CCS. And last weekend, mock trial did really well at their tournament. And I think that's all I have. I want to give a big thank you to all of you for letting me have this incredible opportunity. I'm so grateful for this, and I will definitely come back next year when we're in person just to give you all a big thank you in person. So thank you so, so, so much.
Thank you, Izzy, so much. We appreciate that update as well. All right, moving on to our association representatives. For ACT, do we have Bill? And for CSCA, we will move to Lisa. So let's start with Bill. Mr. Schreier, sorry.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, just following Izzy. So I get to see Izzy every day. And I also had her as a freshman, and that's just Izzy. Every time she walks in my classroom, it's just such a positive thing. So I really appreciate you, Izzy. And, you know, we've talked about the kind of board meetings that you had to sit through. And I appreciate you showing up, because it's not necessarily true that student reps show up to every board meeting. So not just that you stuck it out, but also that you maintained just your incredible positive and demeanor, and I'm really grateful for it. So, and to hear you say that the prom was the best evening of your life, I just got chills. So I'm so glad to hear that, and my hat is off to all the parents that made that happen. I heard amazing things about it, so really cool. There's just so much that's taken place in, what is it, 8 weeks we've been back? We're running out of days to do things. So really proud of the students. Have just dove in fully, and they're showing so much resilience and enthusiasm. It's really inspiring being around them. I don't know if we mentioned the Poetry Slam last time, I can't remember, but I had the good fortune of judging that. Dale DePilatus and Lily Owens have this just an amazing, it's not right to even call it a competition, but these poets giving their poems, 3 rounds, just amazing stuff. And really not just well written, but also the courage that the students are showing going up on stage and reciting their poetry. Mike Gardino, whose name came up, I should say that Mike was my mentor. Carl knows that. When Carl hired me at Carmel High School, I was assigned Mike Gardino as my mentor. So he trained me to be a teacher. I guess that's a feather in my cap, because if you ever saw Mike Gardino in the classroom, they came no better in terms of his rigor, his creativity, his patience, and the things that he did outside the classroom. I mean, there was the titration competition that his students would win every year against college students, the Rube Goldberg, and this list just goes on and on. And Carl mentioned the subtitle research. I remember that class. And unfortunately, those kind of things don't really happen much anymore. Not because there isn't the will, but because, you know, it's really out there, taking kids out into the ocean and diving with them. You know, people get concerned about it. So that was a shame that went away. And then the last thing I want to say, and I wrote a note to the site administrators today, thanking them, because if they had a day off between when the pandemic started and now, I'm not aware of it. And the stuff that they've been asked to do, schedules and all those things, and take a lot of criticism for things. And, you know, one of the things that I think the pandemic has done is made us appreciate how smoothly things can run and have run in the past. And hopefully we can get back there. And I see that already happening with a lot of what's going on. So thank you so much. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schreier. Appreciate the update. And moving on to Lisa for CSCA. Hi, Lisa.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa, the Vice President of CSCA and a staff member at Carmel High. So like everybody else, I want to just express my sadness at the loss of Mike. He was a man of many passions, very successful at all of them, mentor to many, many teachers. The high school teachers have been just posting on the email string all of their relationships with Mike over the years, going back a long time. And it was just really so touching. For me personally, shortly after I started at the high school, Mike walked in after he found out I was a deadhead and gave me a photograph of Jerry Garcia that he had taken of him in the late 60s. Very, very touching, just a gem of a man, and he's going to be missed by a lot of people. So this has been kind of an challenging and extraordinary few weeks at all the sites and in all of the departments throughout the district. School site staff are very excited to be seeing students on campus. I think that's the highlight of everybody's life right now, that we're all there together with kids. But I have to say, everybody's exhausted. Physical and emotional exhaustion this year has really taken a toll. And so to all of the classified staff, admin, teachers, bus drivers, everybody, I want to say, I hope you all have a great summer, that you all get some real, truly relaxing downtime in, because I think everybody needs it. Students, especially. I know some of you will be in summer school, but to those students listening, please take some time this summer to just have some fun. Don't think about school. Don't think about the pandemic. Enjoy your time with your family. Get bored. Really relax. Next year is going to be different. It's going to be normal, whatever normal is. And we want you to come back refreshed and excited. I do want to thank the district staff. CSCA has had a few labor disputes recently, and I want to thank the district for working so closely with us in resolving all of those issues. In particular, Craig, Tricia, Yvonne, great to work with, and I really appreciate your time and energies. Izzy, have a great time at Berkeley. Mr. Fossler is, as you probably know, a Cal grad, and so he sends a Go Bears. Bill, happy birthday, by the way. I do want to take this opportunity to address just a couple of things that have arisen. Tricia mentioned the graduation ceremonies. We are very grateful and lucky to have reached the point in this point in the pandemic where we can have our ceremonies. I feel so glad. In January when we started planning, none of us was sure at any of the sites that this would happen. But I do want to make a request of parents. I witnessed recently a parent shouting at a school secretary because of the ticket situation. Parents, please, when you call, please be polite. The staff, the classified staff that answer those telephones, they're doing everything they can to make this a good year for your children. And please treat them, with at least some kindness is all I ask. And finally, I want to just shout out, high school graduation is one of the biggest milestones in a young person's life. And we're so excited at the high school to be looking forward to that next week. I really hope that we all really show up for our students, that we put them first and their needs first. They want to celebrate with their friends as well as their family. And that we just need to remember that this is about them and it's not about us. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your update, Lisa. All right, we will move on to agenda item 4. That will conclude our updates. And we will move forward to the consent calendar. Pursuant to our board bylaw 9322, and in order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together through the use of a consent calendar agenda. Consent agenda items are reserved for routine items that are deemed to be non-controversial and allow a governing board to save the bulk of its meeting time for subjects about which there is a need for discussion or debate. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. All matters listed under the consent calendar will be considered by the board in one motion by roll call vote. Pursuant to board bylaw 9322, the board will accept public comment on these items, but there will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless any members of the board request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. So I will open up the consent calendar for public comment now. If you have anything to say about the consent calendar, please raise your hand.
So now is the time to raise your hand for public comment on the consent calendar. We will not revisit this, so this is your time. I will take pause. Last call for public comment on the consent calendar. See no hands raised.
Great, thank you, Tricia. May I please get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Yep, there it is.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, moving on to agenda item 5. These are action, discussion, and or information items. The board will be accepting public comment on each item when taken up by the board. So agenda item 5A, which is approval of the superintendent contract. I'll open up this agenda item for public comment.
Now is the time for you to raise your hand if you have public comment on agenda item 5A, the approval of the superintendent contract. I will take pause, and just a reminder, we will not revisit and come back. So once I've called and reported who will be doing public comment, that will be the opportunity. So now is your opportunity. Last call for public comment on the approval of the superintendent contract. Seeing 2 hands raised, Sarah and Ridge Lyon. I don't know if Ridge keeps meaning to, but you keep raising and unraising. So if that's not the case, just let me know. Sarah, please unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to say welcome to Mr. Knight. We're excited to have you and optimistic about what you can do for our district. I hear great things about your tenure in Colorado from those who worked with you there. I sure wish our board had started the search process sooner so that we wouldn't be up against this kind of time crunch heading into the next school year with important contracts that still need to be negotiated. But I'm glad they eventually listened to the community and parents, hired an outside search firm, and found an experienced candidate that will hopefully, make the next 10 years of Carmel Unified better than the last 10. So welcome, Mr. Knight, and I look forward to getting to know you and working with you. Thank you.
So Ridge, go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, Trisha. This is Shao Lyons. Ridge is my 7-year-old, and I cannot figure out how to change my name here. So yes, I want to echo that welcome. I've reviewed the contract. I think it's great. I think that we're making a commitment to Ted, and it sounds like he's making just as strong of a commitment to us as a district, leaving Colorado, where his reputation precedes him, highly respected, and coming out to Carmel. And I'm really excited about that process and how much it's uniting our school district. I've already seen that since his name's been announced. I've already started to see everyone kind of congregate against this idea. Those of us who loved Trish and Barb are still opening up our arms to Ted. And it seems like even those who had concerns about the former superintendents are also opening up their arms. And I just really think that this is the way forward, that we're uniting. And that, as an attorney, I couldn't help but review the contract. And I was really happy to see that he was being compensated fairly and appropriately in accordance with past contracts from the district and in accordance with the cost of living here. I think it is wonderful. I think it's showing a true commitment to our upcoming superintendent. So I look forward to that.
All right, before I open up this agenda item to the board for board discussion and consideration and ultimately the vote, I would like to just give some details around his employment and the contract. So before the board begins its consideration of the approval of an employment agreement between Mr. Knight to serve as the district superintendent and the Board of Education, I would like to provide the following summary of the recommended contract, which is before you. The contract is a 3-year employment agreement that will expire on June 30th, 2024, unless sooner terminated as provided in the agreement. The superintendent's base salary shall be $270,000, subject to adjustment in future years by board action upon consideration of merit, performance, fiscal considerations, and any other criteria determined relevant by the board. This salary is based off of comparable districts and salary provided to prior superintendents, taking into consideration experience and increases in the cost of living. The superintendent shall have a work year of 225 days and will not accrue vacation. The superintendent will be entitled to the same fringe benefits such as medical, dental, and vision that are offered to all of our district certificated administrators and shall receive a $500 monthly travel allowance in lieu of reimbursement for travel within the district boundaries. Actual and necessary costs for business-related expenses incurred due to travel outside of the district boundaries will be reimbursed. The district agrees to pay the superintendent's membership dues to AXA, local Rotary organizations, or the Chamber of Commerce Service Organization, and any other professional dues or subscriptions as approved by the board. So with that said, I will open it up to the board for discussion and consideration.
I would just like to personally thank a few people who have really helped facilitate this process. Sarah, first of all, you. It's been a pleasure working with you and putting out those Tuesday reports. I think we did a pretty darn good job. As critical as some people have been, I feel like we were very discerning. We've been very mindful and considerate. And I just really want to thank you. I'd also really like to thank Valerie and Max. They were very good about setting forth the platform and how to go forwards. And they were extremely helpful, extremely available. Every time we called them or texted them or emailed them, they were very responsive in a timely manner. Trisha Zarevich, thank you. I know this has been a lot of work for you, putting together all the panels and the forums and the town halls and all the things behind the scenes that people have no idea what's involved in this process. So thank you. And then finally to Tammy and Will from our attorneys. You guys have been fantastic to work with, and we're really, really thankful to welcome Ted. I really have a very strong gut on this one, and I'm hopeful for our future as a district. There's a lot of healing to do. He's extremely relational and will be very humble. Not a lot of ego there, which I appreciate. And I just feel like we are headed in the right direction. So I just want to publicly say that. And it's been an honor serving our community. Thank you for your input. This has been a community effort. And I'm thankful for how it's turned out. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Tess. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank Tess and Sarah as well. Look, I've been on this board 10 years and have done this before. Unfortunately, probably too many times that I'd like to admit in terms of hiring superintendents, but it's a thankless job. It's really hard to get it right. I think what made this particular search more relevant to me was the level of communication to the community was extremely high and timely. And they really kept everybody in the loop. And, you know, it's hard to please everybody, but this was a pretty exceptional job on the part of 2 board members. I would also agree that Max and Valerie were really a very good fit for us, and I've worked with other search firms, as you might imagine. They got a pretty good sense, did a lot of homework. I got a good feel for the district. And again, I'm going to agree with Tess. I think you're going to like this new guy. He's very personable and very much interested in what the people have to say. Collaborative. And I just think you're going to be delightfully surprised. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Carl. Anne Marie or Seabury, would you like to make any comments?
Yes. Sarah, Tess, really above and beyond. I am so impressed with you two. I know I've told you this along the way, but my hat's off to you. You really did a very good job. You worked on putting out all the fires. You made sure that everything was tended to. I'm so pleased with how it worked out. I'm so pleased with Valerie and Max, such approachable people. It was a pleasure working with them. Trisha Zarevich, I don't know how you do it. I just, getting it all together. Thank you. And I'm going to reiterate, Ted seems like a wonderful fit. So I know that when we were interviewing him, I wanted to keep talking to him and hear what he had to say about things. I think he has a unique perspective on things. I think he comes at it from a different perspective. I think that everyone's really going to be very, very pleased. So thank you.
Thanks, Anne Marie. Seabury?
Yeah, I have a couple thank yous as well. I want to make sure to thank all of the community input and the stakeholder groups that took the time to respond to surveys, participate in focus groups, and then of course the 14 panel member interview panel, which really helped guide us in terms of the comments and the feedback. So I do appreciate, I know there was a lot of, that took a lot of time and thoughtful energy. I think also each member came up with different questions. So it was very time consuming process, and I think it paid off because I agree. I think we have a great candidate. I do also want to just give a shout out to the other applicants. I think it was a very hard decision. It was not easy. We had some really great applicants, and I definitely want to just give a shout out to make sure that it was not an easy decision. It was very difficult. But Ted definitely showed us that, he's able to come in, step into the situation that we have at hand and take off running. So I look forward to that.
Great. Thank you, Seabury. I would also like to throw out a few thank yous just to be redundant here a little bit, but thank you so much, Tess, for leading the charge really in the search and allowing me to be your co-search lead. It was wonderful to work with you, and we made a great team in order to facilitate a lot of what went on during the search. So thank you. And then I think the third member of our team was most definitely Trisha Zarevich. So thank you, Trisha, for all of the organization, all of the communication, all of the legwork, all of the back end work that you did. It was tremendous. And again, the two other members of the team, Max and Valerie. You all exceeded our expectations in terms of communication and planning and laying out what we needed to do and when we needed to do it, and who needed to be involved. So thank you for your leadership and your guidance. It did not go unnoticed, and we appreciate all the hard work that you put into our search effort. I also wanted to thank every single member of this community, as Seabury mentioned, who helped participate in the search process, from the surveys to the focus groups, all the phone calls that people made to Max and Valerie to see what was going on with the search or ask them questions, all the emails that were sent. We appreciate all of the community engagement that went on. That's what we wanted. We wanted it to be a community project, and I think that's really what it turned into. And I know that all ended up culminating in the community interview panel, which again was sort of unprecedented in this district. It had not been done before. So thank you to those who participated into that, wrote thoughtful questions and feedback. The board really leveraged what you said and how you said it, and we took your comments to heart. So thank you for putting in so much time and effort to do that. And with that, and thank you to all of my fellow board members for being a part of it as well and bearing with us as we moved through the process. It was hard not being able to communicate except in open public meetings. So we appreciate the length of time that you spent until we got to public meetings to discuss this openly. So thank you guys for your patience. And so with that said, may I please get a motion of approval for the superintendent contract?
Motion to approve the superintendent contract.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini. Carl, you're muted, sorry. Can you-
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, fellow board members. At this moment, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce Ted Knight as the Carmel Unified School District's next superintendent. I would like to ask him to join us at this point in the meeting and just let him take the opportunity to let everybody know that the board will be hosting a town hall with Mr. Knight on Friday, which we are thankful that he can participate in. More information will be coming out to the community tomorrow regarding this event. But for now, I'll ask Ted to introduce himself. And again, we will all have the opportunity to learn more about Ted on Friday evening.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Board of Education. I am truly honored to have been chosen as the superintendent of Carmel Unified, and I am so excited to get out there and start meeting with stakeholders. I'm eager to bring my transparent, collaborative leadership style to both the district and the community. I can assure you, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, as you can imagine, I can assure you that I will spend the first few months of my entry into the district listening so that I fully understand the values and the history of the district and community before we collectively forge a path forward. So again, I would just like to thank the board. You are a wonderful board. I've so enjoyed getting to know you, and you have made me feel valued and at home from the start. And I'm just so pleased to get to work with you. I'd like to thank the community, the staff, Max and Valerie as well. Everyone I met through this process has just made me from day one feel like this was home, this was the right place, and this was the right decision. So thank you all, and I cannot wait to get to work.
Great. Thank you so much, Ted. So again, I would just like to remind the community that we have set aside some time on Friday evening, 5 o'clock. We will have 1 hour with Mr. Knight, and he will have the opportunity to speak to you. You'll also have the opportunity to submit questions. And we are very thankful that our own Sandpiper journalist, Alicia Kruger, will be moderating the town hall this Friday. So I hope that you all can make it. I know it's the Friday before a long weekend. It will obviously be recorded and for viewing later, but we do hope that we will see you on Friday. And thank you, Ted, for your participation in that. We appreciate that. All right, so with that, the board is going to move on to our next agenda item. This is agenda item 5B, expanded learning opportunities grant plan approval request. So I'll welcome Blaze, and it looks like, yes, Blaze and Olive AC. So before we get into the expanded learning opportunities grant, which everybody viewed prior to the meeting from the agenda coming out, we will go ahead and accept public comment on agenda item 5B.
Now is the time for you to raise your hand for public comment. I think we might be having a technical glitch, so that's what caught me off guard, sorry. So now is the time to raise your hand if you have a comment on 5B. I will take pause. Just remember, we won't be coming back to revisit this item. So now is your time to raise your hand. Last call for agenda item 5B, public comment. Seeing 3 hands raised, Jill Lewis, Sarah Miller, and Shell Lyon. Jill, please unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, thanks, Trisha. This is Jill Lewis. Yeah, I was wondering, I'm not sure if it would be under this agenda item, but file it away for the next thing if it's not. For the summer, I'm wondering if you could explain to us about how many children are going to be able to go into summer school to do a catch-up for that 4 weeks. And related to that is, what did we get for CARES Act funding in order to try to help catch our kids up? And how are we going to be using that directly for the students, the CARES Act funding? How much is it? Just like a simple breakdown I'd like to get, and what the deadline is to spend it, that sort of thing, like what your whole plan is for it. And then I just was concerned that we were only going to take, and I don't know, that's why I'm asking the question of how many kids per grade it's going to be. We're only taking the kids that are really doing the absolute worst, the remedial children, I think it is, and that we're not opening up 8 weeks like Monterey is to 8 hours a day for students. They're doing 4 weeks of 8 hours a day for any students that want it. So parents that think, they had a straight A student and their kid was getting C's and B's, and they just want to catch their kid back up to be, happy and fulfilled again during the summer. I'm just wondering why those kids aren't being offered the same kind of privilege. And yeah, I'm just real worried about throwing the bell curve off a lot for next year if we're not offering catch up for all different levels of students. Anyway, bravo with school starting. I know it's been a hard few weeks, and welcome to our new superintendent. We're really looking forward, me and many parents looking forward to working with you, and I can't wait to meet with you and get to know you better and talk to you about what some of our parents in the parent committee that I am running is doing. Thank you.
Sarah Miller, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi. So my first question is, I see the budget of about 1.5 million, but what's missing is the denominator. How many students will be served by this program? Because I think that's very important and it's a crucial piece. I would hope the board, before approving this, you at least have that information. And if you do, I hope you share it with the community, because I think if you care about getting buy-in, explaining to us how many members of our community are going to be served by this. I think I'm on record in prior meetings saying I think like summer enrichment, summer school is great. Like the school has been receiving a lot of extra money this year, and I hope we're putting that towards students and making sure students have an opportunity to make up for all they've lost, with the pandemic extended schools closures. So I've admittedly, I haven't spent hours poring over the PDF attachment, but I've skimmed it and I don't see an explanation of how many students are served. And I hope our board or Blaze can tell the community that now. The second thing is, this is something I raised in the last meeting, was the lack of transparency on how students were chosen to participate in this really important summer program that I'm glad the school is funding. I read it, and as a non-school employee, under the heading of description of how students will be identified, I don't know, it sounds like a lot of like word soup and like undefined acronyms, and it doesn't really actually convey to parents like what's going on or who's actually being selected and what the cutoff is and what the objective criteria are. I don't know, like for one quote that struck at me, students will be identified in a variety of ways depending on the grade level, following our MTSS framework for examining students. I don't know, like that doesn't really like tell me anything. And I would wager to guess that like most people listening, who don't work for the school district, it doesn't tell them much either. So I hope this board or administration takes the opportunity to like provide really clear framework as to how those really like coveted spots are being allocated, because I think as a prior caller mentioned, like schools with like way fewer resources are offering all students an opportunity for summer enrichment. So it's concerning that Carmel is not, but assuming there's a good reason for not doing so, they should at least like be very clear and make sure that it's like really objective and non-discriminatory in terms of how they're allocating those spots. I know there was a lot of concern with the cohort assignments and how those spots were given, at least at River School. So I hope we don't repeat that process with the summer school. Again, I would say give all kids like a chance for summer enrichment. They deserve it after being locked out of school so long. So I look forward to hearing the explanation so we can all get on board with this great program. Thank you.
Shell, if you can unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, I have a similar comment, but mine is a little bit different. I actually have a student at Carmel River Elementary School with an IEP, and also with, I believe, 8 NAs on his report card, which means that he was not introduced to those topics. Multiple A's, which are not an A that you would see in middle school or high school, but it meant that he's not at the grade level, he's approaching grade level, and multiple I's, which means that he is infrequent at his participation and effort. So he would be a student that I would have expected would have received an invitation, and he did not receive an invitation, just so you know, to do the summer program. So I'm not sure whether any students are being offered a summer program from River Elementary, but I know that my student would be like the typical student I know he was offered a cohort spot because he had fallen so far behind. So I do think that he would have been offered a spot, he was not. And one of my things that I want to highlight is that we have hired Ted now officially, so welcome. And one of the reasons I think that Ted stood out and was welcomed into our community is because he focuses on all students, whether students are college bound or whether students have other careers in their future. And yet I noticed that the summer school, because the high school has at least allowed, I also have a high school student, has at least allowed students to see the Google form to theoretically sign up. I haven't signed up my high school student. She's doing fine, but at least it was open to me so I could see which classes were offered, and they were exclusively academic courses. And I do think that's important that the students have a great foundation. But I'm also concerned because maybe not all of our students are college bound, and we could have been offering some career classes during this time with this money. As well as another one of my concerns is that my children will be going to camp this summer because we do have the funds for that. And I'm very concerned about students, and we do have students in our district whose parents are not going to be sending their students to camp. So now they've missed school until March or April. And it's been such a success, as everyone said, but now where are they getting their art and their music and their sports that they've missed for 8 months? Or actually it ended up being 14 months. So I do think that that's really important. And I really hope that Ted is brought into these conversations, since we've hired him to lead this forward, and he will be here July 1st, and that will be our summer time when this program will be implemented. Thank you.
All right, I will go ahead and open this agenda item to Blaze and whoever else you say, Blaze.
Hi, good evening. It's good to see everyone. I'm going to be speaking pretty generally about this Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. The folks that are in the room will be able to, if you have questions about some specifics, everybody from AC is here in the cabinet to talk about the areas that they have information on. So I'm going to take you through with a few of the cabinet members what we have here. Essentially, from AB 86, there's funding that came called the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. And it requires to use the funding LEAs to implement learning and recovery programs that provide supplemental instruction and support for students needing academic, social, emotional, and other supports, and to address those specific subgroups that we normally address: our low-income students, our English learners, foster youth, homeless, so on and so forth, students with disabilities, others, and those we have deemed as being below grade level, credit deficient, so on and so forth. And this is broad because there's a lot of programming here that is not just summer. This is for stuff that's going to happen during the year over the course of a couple of years. And so it is kind of a framework for a lot of things. So it also dovetails very nicely with our LCAP that we will be bringing in the next meeting, at least for a public hearing. Many of the actions and services in the LCAP dovetail right in with this because these are areas we had identified in that process. So they go together nicely, and we'll kind of take you through it. Paul will talk a little bit about how stakeholders were involved in this outside of the LCAP process, which we're able to use as well. So I'll turn it over to Paul very quickly, and I'll jump back on.
Thanks, Blaze. And welcome, Ted. Hey, so as Blaze was mentioning, the process that we used in this plan dovetailed with the LCAP plan. There was quite a bit of overlap. We had already started with the LCAP process, and this we were able to kind of coordinate that with the LCAP process. But we did a specific survey just for this particular plan because the grant had 7 categories. And we put it out to our parent and our staff communities, basically asking them to rate the 7 categories, high, medium, or low, and then ask for comments. And we had a really good turnout. We had 659 of about 2,500 families on the parent side. We had about half, 48% of our certificated staff, and we had about a third of our classified staff. So it was a pretty good response rate, especially in a year that I think people have been surveyed. And I wasn't so sure when we sent this out how the response rate would be, whether there would be fatigue with that. But we did get really good responses, including the comment section. At least 200 people put in very thoughtful comments to expand upon their kind of ratings. There were 3 top categories that matched pretty well across the board. These happen to be the 3 top categories of the parents as a subgroup. And if you put all 3 groups together, these were also the top 3 for all participants. So one is addressing other barriers to learning. Those are things like wellness and social emotional learning. Things like health and counseling, in meals. So that was a high priority. A second priority was implementing or expanding learning supports, things like tutoring, learning recovery, English learner programs. And third was making sure kids had supports for credit deficiencies. So that's graduation or being promoted to the next grade. So, and so we got a pretty clear picture from those numbers and from the comments that social emotional learning and the academic supports were going to be the focus of the plan. And it's also important to note, though, that none of the 7 categories had more than 50% listing it as a low priority. So every category had the majority of people saying it was a medium or a high category. So it gave us, quite a bit of latitude in terms of which of the 7 categories we focused on. But you will see in the plan that we really focused on those wellness and social emotional learning and those academic supports. I don't think I mentioned that we did the survey in English and Spanish and had responses in both languages. Thanks, Blaise.
Yeah. Hey, Pancho, can you scroll to page 2, please? Thank you. I think some of Paul's stuff was there, and then we're kind of going on. How will students be identified is one of the categories here. And we do have a general statement about they'll be identified in a variety of ways. And it depends on the specific program we're talking about, whether we're talking about a summer academic support program, or whether we're talking about a before and after school intervention program, or whether we're talking about access to a licensed clinical therapist. There will be a variety of things that will have to be looked at to determine who is going to go where. And so, there's a general statement, and there's some more specific information about the different levels, how things will be, how students will be identified. And obviously academic performance will be one of the highlights, and especially for the summer program. And I believe the way they identified for the elementary, and I'm sure they'll be able to speak to that if you have questions, is about those who are obtaining minimals in the standards of language arts and math. So students who are performing below grade level were the folks that they identified. And they would be able to tell you numbers and what have you. They're working on that specifically. And then parents will be informed through outreach. And then those who do not connect back from outreach will be reached out by phone and have phone calls in their the language their language of choice. English and Spanish is generally what our families speak. And so that's how we'll get to people and make sure they can take advantage of the opportunities that we have here. If you scroll down some more to the next page, really start talking about the plan itself. So as it states, we're going to provide supplemental instruction and support to identify students through Tier 2 and Tier 3 academic, social, emotional, and behavioral support services. So just to kind of clarify for folks, Tier 1 is in the classroom every day. Tier 2 is where you start to have that next level of intervention services that could be pull out or beyond the regular classroom. And then Tier 3 are those really more intensive interventions. In terms of the categories, we hit 5 of the 7. You're not required to do more than one of the categories, but we put things together in 5 of the 7. In terms of the extending instructional learning time, this is essentially strategy 1. We have summer programming at the elementary and middle focused on addressing learning needs for targeted students. That is taking place, a combination program is taking place at Carmel Middle that will include students from Tular, River, and Carmel Middle. And then there are other programs that are more outlined in our LCAP as well for our lower income students. There'll be a program at Captain Cooper and another program at Kashawa this summer as well. And we also will have some in strategy 2. I got that cut off here. Accelerating progress and closing learning gaps. This is where we're looking at after school, before school, during school intervention programming, increasing staffing around that. So a lot of this is expanding our intervention staffing to address those needs for those types of programs. Also purchasing some intervention programming around math and language arts. So some additional programming that we don't currently have that we can unify across the district. At Carmel Middle, they'll be adding some paraprofessionals here to support English learners during the school day, similar to our model for our special education program to provide more support during the day. And then Steve's going to talk a little bit more about the student supports to address other barriers, because this is another piece that's huge, obviously, for all of our kids. And many of these will be things accessible across the district to all students. So I'll let Steve jump in really quickly and talk about strategy 3.
Thank you, Blaze. So you could see before you one of the strategies and the components of the strategy is we're wanting to bring forth a board certificated behavior analyst. And the way we want to support the students with the BCBA is really to look at those students with behavioral needs, of course, but also to support the teachers in the classroom, looking at class-wide management, being able to provide training at the tier 1 level. Again, as Blaze indicated, that would be for the whole class or the whole school. So we're thinking of systems. And then at tier 2, what might those behavioral interventions look like for students with behavioral needs as well? Again, for tier 3, that's really looking at individualized intensive support. So the board certificated behavior analyst would be possibly conducting assessments to really drill down as to what is the function of the behavior and the why, and to really support the intervention to support the student. You can also see, if you scroll a little bit further down, we are really looking at the whole child. So we're looking at both cognitive, behavior, social emotional well-being, as Paul noted. In this lens, we are intentionally wanting to structure the supports across the district. So for instance, at the middle school and the high school, there is ongoing discussions to really plan for 2 wellness centers. And within the wellness centers, we really want to allow a licensed marriage and family therapist to provide confidential, individualized support for students who need that. Again, the students are in the schools, so it's really to provide access to high quality mental health. And then we're also looking at 2 licensed clinical social workers, or I'm sorry, 1 licensed clinical social worker at the middle school. Moving back, the licensed marriage and family therapist, there would be 1 at the middle school and 1 at the high school. And so we want to think of that as really the top tier individualized support for students who need that. And then the licensed clinical social worker at the middle school, and we already have 1 at the high school, Lauren Capano, who does really great work. They would be really our tier 2 support. So what that means is they would be working with groups of students. They'd also be working with parents. They would be implementing social skills groups, really working with the community at large on the campus as well. In addition, if you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see that there's also a wellness outreach coordinator for the middle school and the high school. And really, they will be the face of the wellness center. They'll be welcoming the students as well as the parents. And we also want to make a point that this center is also accessible for staff too, because we want this to be really a community-based center for the schools and for the families. The wellness coordinator will also be supporting the school site and reducing stigma, because we really want to break down those barriers to allow access, again, to mental health supports if needed. In addition, we're also looking at scaling up social work interns. And this would be also supported by the social worker that we'd be bringing on board. This would be important for us to establish the pipelines, and we'd also pipelines into the field, and also to support elementary schools, Tularcitos and River. And then we are also looking at continuing our relationship with Monterey County Behavioral Health to support students in general education and students with IEPs at River and Tular as well, and at Comrade Valley High School. So I think in a summary, again, we're wanting to be intentional. We're wanting to use the data to support the needs of the student, also to drive the interventions. and to be able to support, really the holistic approach for the student.
Yeah, I'll jump back in. Thank you, Steve. And then under strategy 5, this is really supports for credit deficient students and getting kids back on track with credits and getting them college qualified, getting them back at the D's off their transcripts. So Carmel High School is expanding its credit recovery program this summer. Normally it's just an online program with Edmentum. And this year they've supplemented that. So they have a couple courses of online, I believe it's 2. I might be wrong, it might be 1. And then teachers teaching the courses again. So we're actually providing some of those courses. So what was mentioned earlier about some specific courses, those are for students who receive D's or F's in those courses. So they can actually get back on track to progress. For instance, if you don't pass Math 1, you can't go from bio to chem. You need to have that. There's certain prerequisites that are required for advancement. So getting the kids who didn't do well, getting them back on track during the summer, so they are back on track to get through the program. And then also they're going to expand during the school year opportunities for credit recovery at both Carmel High School and Carmel Valley High School with the Edmentum licenses, so kids can find another way to kind of tailor that credit recovery as they need it going forward. And then strategy 7 is in training staff. And this is really, around, it can be a pretty broad category. Where we're using funds here is that Carmel High School is going to be engaging in a year-long partnership with an organization to gain PD and to better integrate SEL into the fabric of their school called EQ Schools. And so that's what's happening under strategy 7. The financial parts of that I'm going to pass on to Yvonne to talk about. And so we have just a expenditure plan and then coordination of funding that she can speak to finish off the discussion here. Thank you.
Pancho, if you'll scroll down to the next page. Here is the budget that was required.
Yvonne, I think you're having some, it's really hard to hear you. So I don't know if anyone else is having the same issue.
Let me see if I can talk louder.
That's
is that
better.
better? Okay.
Perfect.
All right. All right. The budget is aligned with the plan and strategies provided in summary during this presentation. So we targeted 5 of the 7 allowed strategies to focus our efforts with funding summarized on this page. And so, for example, on that first, the extended learning time at the 186, that really is where we're targeting summer school. This grant allows us to pay for summer school for 2 summers. And so this grant ends in August of 2022. So it will allow us to provide summer programs this summer and next summer as well. The second pot of money there that is budgeted for 534 really focuses around our intervention and additional support during the day. So providing those additional supports to students that need it are budgeted in that area. The third one, the 592, 565, really revolves around our social emotional supports that was described in summary tonight. And we move on down to the one that's 136,000. This is targeting credit recovery at the high school for those students that need that. And finally, that last one is 73,600 is another social emotional support that we will be purchasing a program of engaging students and families and addressing those needs in those areas. And so the total grant is for the expanded learning opportunity is $1,523,310. And Pancho, if you'll scroll down to the next page, this provides a summary of how we are coordinating all of the different funding we received. And I know tonight we had a question from public, and I'll try to address that very briefly at the end of this. So this is the last page of the plan, and it provides a statement on how we are coordinating all of our new funding. They really targeted the ESSER funds. We've had two allocations of ESSER funds over the past year The third one just came out. ESSER 3 is what it's being referred to. It's not yet available in our accounting system to budget for it, but we knew it was coming. And so as we developed this plan, we have been talking talking quite a lot with our administrators, seeking input from our stakeholders. And, through that, we haven't looked at just the ELO, the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant. We've looked at all of our pots of money that have come in. And essentially, all funding is being targeted to provide a safe learning environment for students and staff, to provide social emotional needs and learning loss of students that were exacerbated by the pandemic, connectivity and devices to ensure students and staff have the tools to instruct and learn. So that is a really quick summary of how we're using all of the funds. I will mention that at the April 21st board meeting, item 5B, there was attachment number 2 that provided a very nice summary of the funds that we have received over the past year. The funds first started trickling in towards the end of fiscal year 20, and then they came in force in fiscal year 21. We had a short time frame on some of those funds to spend it by December. A large pot of that money had to be spent by December to address how students and for students that were learning in a distance manner, which was, across the United States, that's what was happening. So a large amount of the first pots of money that came in went towards that effort. We actually had in that first pot of money that came in over the last year and few months into the first of the prior year, we received 2.2 million, and it is mostly spent at this point. And it was, and it came in 8 different allocations or pots of money that we have to track separately and report on those pots of money. So I have provided information at board meetings at least two times on that money and how it's being used. And then now there's, on that report, you will also see that there were 4.6 million that we were expecting, and this was one of them, the ELO grant, which was 1.5. We have in-person instruction, and then of course ESSER 3 that I just mentioned. So 4 more resources of funds that are coming in that we're primarily budgeting for next year. And it has, and the funds, we have had a lot of conversation with many stakeholders throughout the district on how best to use those funds. And so it's become very clear. And so the things that you're seeing targeted here in this report, all of these other funds that we have are going to wrap around that. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Blaise to finish up.
Yeah, so that is, in a nutshell, this kind of broad general plan. This plan is required to be approved by the board prior to June 1st and then submitted to the county office. There is no approval process once that it goes there, not like an LCAP where it has to be signed off. This one is just collected. And then obviously there will be auditing at some point of the expenditures down the road. And we'll probably have to write some type of summary of the expenditure process in probably 2 years from now. So everyone's here from AC, including Lee Kimbrough, who we hired as the summer school principal for the program at the middle school with the other elementaries. So if the board has any questions and you wants more specifics, folks are here to answer any of those questions that you have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Blaise, Paul, and Yvonne, and Steve. We appreciate the presentation and welcome, Lee. Congratulations on this opportunity. And with that, I'll turn it over to board discussion. I just had one quick question, probably for you, Lee, or any of the other administrators, but based on the questions that we received from the public, can you dive a little bit deeper into the overall plan for summer school?
So, yeah, so we've met with all of the principals from elementary and from middle, and they are working with their teachers to determine the students to invite to this summer program. The all of that correspondence will go out tomorrow, and then it will open up to signups on Friday morning. And then we'll go from there to see the space that we have, and if we have to create a waiting list, and just kind of go from there once we see what the interest is. And it's 3 weeks long in June in the mornings.
Great. And just a follow-up question, do you have an expected or an anticipated number of students participating in the program across from elementary all the way up to high school? Do you have any type of idea of participation level?
Not exactly. Hoping to know more on Friday.
I would say that to add to that, the program that Elisa is running at Cooper will have its separate set of numbers, and the program that's happening at Kashawa has a set of numbers, and that's another separate program. And then John might know for the high school. Lee is overseeing simply the River to Lower Carmel Middle School portion. So they might have some numbers for you as well to give you more clarity.
I can jump in on the high school side if you need me to. So we are expanding the high school credit recovery offerings. There's some tricky stuff when it comes to high school because the student can't repeat a course that they passed, that they got a C or better on without it having a conflict on their transcript. So that's why we've targeted students who are A through G deficient, whether it's a D or an F, in an effort to advance them on to the next program. We certainly have more than we normally have in terms of course offerings, and these are going to be live in class instruction for the lower level, integrated 1 math, integrated 2 math, science, the lower level science, the 9th grade sciences will all be in class live instruction. We wanted to try to get kids in classrooms with teachers and not on an independent study program. We still will offer some level of the independent study through Edmentum for the older students who are getting who are in need of credits just purely to graduate, seniors who didn't finish, that sort of thing. We're hovering right now at about 40 to 50 students. It's still open. I think a lot of students are waiting to see what their second semester grades look like before they'll sign up. And it will run for 19 days to earn 10 units of credit. If they complete the whole course, they would earn 10 units or 1 year to allow them to advance on to the next course. So that's a pretty standard summer school program that most schools, it's the one I've certainly run when I've run summer school in other districts, that is focused exclusively on credit recovery to make sure that kids don't fall behind graduation and A through G track.
Hello, am I unmuted? I am. Okay. You know, I think John hit the nail on the head. It is a typical summer style program. But honestly, I must say I'm disappointed that we didn't take it to another level, to an enrichment level, as a couple of parents have spoken about tonight. And I understand the logistics. Teachers are burned out. It's hard to find them that want to continue working after the year that they've had. I get that. But the kids have also been subject to the pandemic. And in my own mind, I was thinking that, opportunities for them just to be together in an enriched environment would be also of equal value. So I'm just telling you exactly how I feel. And I think that there are administrative reasons as to why it didn't happen. I would know that after being a principal all these years. But I do know that we are dealing with one of the most creative people on the planet. That would be Lee Canberra, who I hired, I must say. But what are the what ifs, Lee? I know we don't have the time to not move forward with this, as Blaze has demonstrated, but we have the money. And what if Me-Earth were commissioned to offer enriched science offerings, and we simply paid the tuitions for those kids? Or possibly the Carmel Youth Center could offer some kind of high-end or enriched activities that we pay the tuitions for, or the City of Monterey Rec, which has all kinds of summer opportunities, which we would pay the tuition for, and we wouldn't have to provide the overhead. We wouldn't have to structure it. We wouldn't have to do a whole lot of work. But I do think there are a left out group of students, And I also think that I would love to have seen us make that offer. And if they didn't take it, that's fine with me. If parents wanted to do vacations or wanted to do something different or had other ideas. But I just feel that through all that the kids have been through and the parents have been through, that this is something that would have been, for me, something that would have been a real plus for Carmel Unified to try to put together. And again, I do understand the administrative logistics, as you know I would. So anyway, I just felt compelled to say that. I think the rest of the whole plan itself overall looks good, well thought out. But there is an empty spot in my heart for kids that are not at risk that simply could benefit from more time together.
Oh, thanks, Carl. I think the focus we had and on the time frame we were on with this was really on learning and recovery
I know.
for students, and not and it's kind of money tied to that. And enrichment summer school is another whole type of thing. And it didn't find its way into this planning here. So
Yeah, Blaze, I'm not really, blaming anybody. And I understand the timelines better than most would. But I guess what I'm saying is, looking at Lee as a summer principal, I'm also happy to see you doing that, Lee, because I've seen what you've done with This Club Saves Lives and, the freshman introductory programs at the high school. If there's a way to maybe engage the students, without necessarily having us be the infrastructure for that, but simply paying those fees, there could be something to it. Maybe not. It was just a thought.
So I can jump in, and Leslie, did you want to respond to anything?
I was just going to say that when I was first offered the job, my first thought was Me Earth. And I immediately got onto their website, and it looks like they are running camps all summer. And because I thought that would be such a great partnership with us. So hopefully that's something that we can look at in the future. With a little bit more planning, we can coordinate with them to do something like that as part of an actual official enrichment. I think that would be amazing.
Can I also say,
think a lot of it is, go ahead, Paul.
Just with the survey data, that was the lowest category was the summer school category. And I'm not sure you can totally read this into it, but in the parents, it was not only overall, but in the parent group. So, we took some meaning out of that. And I think especially this summer, I think this summer might look different from next summer because this is a multiple year source of funds. But I do think that was one of the pieces of data that helped drive what the priorities were.
Thank you for that, Paul. And I just had a couple follow-up questions. Is some of this money just designated towards academic mitigation just in the summer? So I have a slew of questions, and I would like I'll just read them all. And if whoever needs to respond can jump in and respond. Because if that money is designated for academic mitigation in the summer, what happens if we don't use it all? Can we apply it towards next summer? Or does it come out of does it go back into the general pool of money for academic mitigation throughout the school year? I know we don't have the numbers. This is still very much a work in progress. And Lee, I'm super thankful you're taking this on because your organizational skills, you're only going to perfect this craft as you go. So a lot of this is going to be learning as we go and developing it as we go. So I know we have a set number of student names that they're going to be reaching out to. Do we have a secondary list? Because I know for a fact that several of the names that I've seen or that I know about will not be attending. And so I don't know if there's an ongoing wait list for kids. So just wondering what the numbers are by site. Carl, to address your question as far as the social emotional needs, I know a few of the teachers that are applying for the jobs, and I think that is very much going to be incorporated into their curriculum, not in the form of enrichment, but definitely in the form of nurturing and meeting the kids where they are. And then my other question, I think, is more for you, Steve. Will the LMFT counselors and therapists, are they going to be available to the students during the summer school, as well as the social workers? I know the wellness centers are, being developed and the planning is still happening, but I'm just curious about that. And then I wondered about our little TK kiddos. Are there any, are we facilitating anything at Carmelo for them? So, and then my final question, I don't know who's tracking me, but hopefully Blaze maybe. For the EQ schools in the professional development program, it's for Carmel High School. I'm curious, are we doing the same thing at all sites in regards to the staff training? So those are some of my questions.
I'll jump in on a few of these very quickly because I know I think I have some answers. And I believe the counseling components that you're talking about, those are positions to be created and hired. So they'll be starting in the school year. So for the first summer, no. I don't know how that works for the second summer, possibly. We didn't do any specific targeting of our TK kiddos. They had a pretty robust program this year. And even when we came back in person, having both teachers, both in person and for a while in person and hybrid, we had a pretty good combination. We didn't target there. I don't think kids were underperforming there, and they didn't identify kids, as far as I know, that were really below standard. The money question, yeah, I think if we don't spend certain monies and we've earmarked them for the summer programming, we would be able to use those again later in the program. I'm sure we could move them in the pots of categories of this plan, but the monies from this plan have to be spent in these categories. So I would imagine where if we don't have it this year and there wasn't as many kids and we have some money left over from in the summer pot, that could go to next summer as well to expand that. And then the EQ schools, and I'll jump in real quickly. This was something that John was working on with his SEL committee, that he's actually on. And they basically are looking for a way to build this into the school, more of an SEL component across the fabric. Whereas those kind of exist, we have different things going on at the different levels, where at the elementary, we have a SEL program, we have Second Step. And at the middle school, we have, as you know, a place that's super inviting. And they have another program that they're working on. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Dan can jump in on that one. Character strong.
Blaze,
Yeah,
Blaze, I just wanted to add and point out that with our partnership with Monterey County Behavioral Health, we know that, when summer comes around, we know that if there's a need for mental health, that doesn't stop, that we want to continue to support them. And so with our partnership, they are continuing to meet with families, with the students who have the need under the MOU that we have with them. So we would be looking at that as a possibility as we scale up, because we know that, there could be a continuous need that we need to meet.
Yeah, and I'll jump in, Tess, just to explain that throughout the plan that was presented tonight.
Yvonne,
we can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know why it's not coming through.
Just get closer. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get closer. The plan that was presented tonight is for a whole year. And so it's going to target 2 summers, plus there's supports in there for the wellness center concepts at the middle school and high school, and other support for the elementary schools are woven in there within that concept of support. So additional para-educational time to provide supports during the day and during the school year, during the day, and also to expand into after school support for those students that need it. And as I mentioned, all of these other funds will also wrap around this to continue those processes. Some of it will expire at the end of this year at the next board meeting. We will be bringing more specifics in terms of the people that have to be added to support this plan. It was provided a little bit in summary here, but but that will become much more clear at the next board meeting.
I had a couple more questions, or just two questions. One is, Lee, will before and after care be provided at the middle school for the students that are attending that are younger, or what does that look like? And then secondly, Yvonne, and I apologize in advance if this is a very obvious question, but is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, is it separate from our CARES money, or is CARES the umbrella over all of this money and this grant lives within that? And again, I apologize if everybody else knows the answer to that question.
Right, Sarah, so I'll answer your question. This is separate. This is state funding that was provided through a legislative allocation for expanded learning opportunity. There's a couple of more that came about recently, the in-person instruction grant that doesn't require a plan to go to the board, but it will wrap around this in a very, like I said, a very targeted fashion. The umbrella, there's a couple of federal umbrellas. There's ESSER, educational, let me see if I get this right, educational, or elementary, secondary relief act. And then there's CARES. And now there's a new one that's called, the acronym is CURSA. So but it all kind of is, there's learning loss mitigation that was allocated from a federal and state level. And then there's the ESSER, and the learning loss mitigation was through ESSER. So the big umbrella was federal funds that were flowed down to the state. And then the state has the job of allocating out to the districts. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much for clarifying that, Yvonne. Lee?
Okay, so no, there's no before and after. The school day is going to start at 8:30. We are going to probably be providing busing for those that currently are taking the bus, and it will end at 12:30. Where we will also be providing lunch for everybody to take with them, but there's no any sort of care after 12:30. But that also, I want to give a shout out to Mary Robinson, who has been like the #1 recruiter to help out this summer. So she's definitely out there getting a lot of really excited teachers to help out with the program. So I'm really excited that I think this will be, we're going to do the best we can, and we have a great group that are working to make this the best it can be.
That's excellent. Thank you, Lee. I'm sorry, Anne Marie, I saw that you had your hand raised.
Thank you. Lee, thank you very much for addressing my comment about the buses. And I am so excited that you're going to be a part of this, because I just love your enthusiasm about things, your organizational skills. You just seem to, be in the right place at the right time. So I think we've got a great person in charge of this. One of the questions that I had is, where are we going to be putting all of these people on the sites, in terms of your licensed marriage and family therapists? And they're going to be going throughout the school year. So where, are we locating them? Because it sounds like they're going to be on each site, but all the sites seem to have a specific assignment already. And what are we going to do about the people, after August of 22? We're just going to say, goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Are we looking at plans for, having, expanded mental health services? I think looking long range might be something, because I don't think that this is going to be just a one school year and 2 summers kind of thing. I think it's going to have long-term lasting effects. And let's see, what was the other questions I have? Some of the other questions have already been answered. Oh, and I wanted to add Lyceum into the mix, because if you wanted expanded learning opportunities, those programs there have got definitely expanded learning opportunities. So those were my last of my questions that I had out there.
Blaise, do you mind if I speak to the wellness centers really quickly?
Thank you. I would appreciate it.
Okay. The wellness centers will be at the middle school and the high school. The one at middle school will be in one of our portables over here. So P2 is what we call it, next to the board portable. We are relocating all of our technology team over to Logan Hall. And so that work is being done right now to, sort of situate that facility for better use. That'll be a good spot for the tech people. So, and then one, I don't know the name of the portable at the high school, but there's been one that's been allocated there. This staffing, we've asked for Yvonne to continue beyond the 2 years of this grant for the wellness centers. They will not just come and go. This is something that, I had experience with in my past district. They're extremely beneficial on so many levels on campuses. And so I see this as ongoing and building upon. Steve Gonzalez is going to be he'll be the district sort of lead as we move them forward. We have a lot to do with them to get people trained, to get those teams really well-oiled and get the referral processes all dialed in. So there's a lot to do to get the wellness centers up and going, but it's really an exciting time. We've been meeting with the current counseling staff and different groups of people, and people are really excited about this new addition. So Yvonne does have this to continue on. It will not be, these will not be positions, and the spaces will not be taken away as we move forward. There are others, and as we go to the June 9th meeting, you'll see all of the positions sort of delineated. Craig's going to be bringing those to you for approval so we can move forward with hiring. There's many positions that are going to be coming out of this plan. So you'll see all of those at the next board meeting. You will also see which positions will be continuing beyond the 2 years and which positions will be only 2 years long. We want to be really transparent and upfront with that because we will be hiring people and some of those people will have to go after that 2-year period. So a lot of discussion around that has been happening as well. So there you go with that, with the wellness centers, exciting stuff.
Thank you. May I ask another question? I wanted to know about, are we going to be pulling the therapists from our coordination with the Monterey County Mental Health Services, or are we going to be hiring somebody out and then having them just work with the Monterey County Health? I know that they're having a social worker drain over in DSS right now.
Excellent question. We are hiring our own staff. We debated this a little bit amongst ourselves as to whether or not it would be beneficial, not hiring from behavioral health, but hiring from another company that we know of that has people who are already trained. But, even within our experience with Monterey Behavioral Health, you do have that turnover factor that can happen, and consistency is extremely important, certainly in these areas with therapists and social workers and people who are creating relationship with our students. So we felt that it was more important to hire our own therapists and social workers in this particular situation. So we will, we'll still have those services from behavioral health, but we will have our own employees in this situation.
So are they going to be having, are we going to be offering them benefits and stuff like that? Or are they going to be just a hire, like a subcontract hire from this other company?
It will be a straight up hire. They will have benefits. They will be our employees. We are not going to be contracting out for that type of service.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Seabury. Anne Marie, did you get your other questions answered? I didn't know if
I did. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Thanks. Sorry. Go ahead, Seabury.
Okay, thank you. So Lee, just following up on something that you mentioned about Me Earth, I totally appreciate you mentioning that. That's part of my work with NOAA is doing a lot of outdoor learning. And I do know that there are many other districts locally, actually just within the Monterey Bay area and abroad, afar, that are going to be looking at using some of these funds for outdoor learning. So I would love, if you want to talk more about that or look at different opportunities, I would love to have that opportunity to meet with you and tell you a little bit about some of the work that I do and some of the resources that I have at hand. I did want to say I appreciate it. I don't know if other districts did this, but as a parent, I really appreciated having the opportunity to provide input to the survey. So thank you for doing that. It was great to be able to put in my 2 cents and feel like I had some say in how these funds are spent. Speaking of the funds and this plan, I'm wondering, is there a place that this is all publicly posted where it does break down the budgets and the funds that are coming in and how they're being used? Because I don't know if that, it seems like it would be public information, including this plan. And I think it would just be nice to have that located somewhere on our site where parents could access that if they have questions about all these funds that are coming in.
I'll jump
and
in
I
and
just had a
I'm
couple
sure
more questions.
Yvonne will as well to that. There's not a state requirement to post this plan, but we will post the plan on our LCAP page where we post our other plans. And then I'm assuming Yvonne can speak to the actuals of all of this will be in our budget, and that wherever that gets presented and made public, it'll all live there. This general plan will live like this, what it looks like, and we'll post that for transparency. But the deeper dollars where all that is will be reflected in the budget. And I think I'm speaking for you, Yvonne. I apologize.
That's okay. See, Barry, it is the budget will come to the board for public hearing at the next board meeting, and it will all be detailed out in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. It's not the easiest thing for the public to understand. So of course I have been providing a narrative. It's very summarized in the budget that's presented to the board at public hearing and then adoption at the end of June. And so part of what we've done, I think what you'll see in the LCAP really is the driver. This just, I keep using this word, wraps around the LCAP. And so lots of work has gone into the LCAP over the past several months. And of course, the LCAP is not a new thing. The Local Control Accountability Plan that every school district in California is required to produce. It's a very comprehensive plan. Lots of thought goes into it, lots of work. And it was a full 3-year rewrite this year. And so it gave us the opportunity, Blaze, headed up by Blaze, but certainly not just Blaze's plan. It involved everybody at all sorts of levels to develop that plan that will come to the board at the next board meeting. In that plan, it will have the dollars that are presented here woven into that as well, because they mirror each other very closely. But the LCAP is more comprehensive than what you're seeing here. And then of course the budget will support all of that.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Just a quick thought, just a quick comment. The plan is obviously very well thought out, and it's a very good working document. But you have had 3 different board members mention, outsourcing some of the potential opportunities for all kids to get involved in some kinds of activities, and Anne Marie adding the Lyceum, and Seabury again mentioning Me Earth and things like that. So I guess what I was trying to do is I'm not trying to criticize as much as I am trying to suggest that we open the door to outsourcing opportunities for kids that other agencies can provide. That's really kind of where I was going, and I hope that wasn't misconstrued. So, obviously timing is everything, and this might not be the best time to do it because we're just trying to get this program underway. But I would just like to have a vision that does include, we don't have to necessarily do everything ourselves. And Paul pointed out something that I was not aware of. And when he said that it didn't, the enrichment type activities or social type activities for regular kids didn't come up very high in the survey. I did not know that. So not knowing a lot of that specific data, does it impact some of my thinking. But anyway, Blaze, you're the point person, and just hopefully, as we move forward, we can look at other opportunities when we have the time, and you have the time to get past the infrastructure planning, which is huge.
And I know we're kind of running long on this. I did have one more question. under strategy 7, which was the training for school staff on strategies to engage students and addressing social emotional health, I was wondering, would we have the opportunity to also provide some presentations or kind of training opportunities for parents? I know for a while we were offering Stanford presentations. They were coming down and providing really excellent presentations. And I just think it would be great to offer some of that to open it up to parents to learn how to engage their kids and re-energize their kids back into this new future that we have.
Yeah, I think great point. I know John can talk about the EQ schools a little if he'd like, but I know that there's a parent component in that. So part of their partnership for the year is also to engage parents in the process, especially at the high school. Remember again, though, I try to say at the beginning that this dovetails with our LCAP. And so we have social emotional goals in the LCAP, and we have actions and services, and there are things that we'll be doing, systematically, which could include bringing more of that type of thing in, like the Stanford and that stuff in the Paul's realm. But this is really just like this extra pot of money that came in very recently, and they said, write a plan in a very short amount of time. That does, so we really have this thing tied into our other plan. So when you see the LCAP, they go, wait, this is some of the same stuff. Yes, it is. This is just a way to fund some of the stuff that we put in the LCAP already. And then there's some new stuff here that's added as well that wasn't in our LCAP planning, that hey, these are additional ideas that we can actually go after now because there's extra money for that. So I think you'll see that as we go forward, that that money's allocated there. If something doesn't get used somewhere else and they want to add some more training component and throw that in there and move it down to that category, we can do that after the fact. We would just have to explain it at the back end when the state gives us some kind of like update document or auditing document to talk about how everything was implemented. So we'll have to track it, because I think that could happen. And things like Carl's mentioning as well. We have summer school teachers hired this year. Maybe some of that money is next year is allocated to a partnership with a community organization and send kids to that. Who knows? I mean, we have some flexibility there. We've put these pots of money together to address these issues. It gives us more time to be creative the next time around. We had little time really to get this off the ground based on when they gave it and in the time frame and where we were in both coming back in person and working on an LCAP and you name it. Everybody's dealing with everything coming all at once, and that's kind of how it is. So I think you'll see it all kind of blend more into our bigger plan the next time we come together.
Great, thank you, Blaise. And again,
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate the opportunity to provide input as a parent. So thank you for making time for that.
We look forward to it for sure.
Just to clarify on the EQ schools front, the entire package is 2 full days of training with the staff, 8 independent meetings with our leadership team, 8 follow-up meetings with our staff over the course of our PD, 4 parent training sessions that are a blend of in-person and virtual, 3 kind of long-term challenge programs that we do to kind of embed in the culture of the campus, 5 trainings with our leadership group, to talk about the leadership aspect of it and the visioning of social emotional learning as it relates to your instruction. And then beyond that is it's an embedded process. It's not a canned program. And that's what attracted us to it, is it is an embedded, authentic program to Carmel High School. What is going to walk out of this, hopefully, in this partnership, and I'm not going to take great detail here, but is something more than just everybody do lesson 1.2 next Thursday. That it is a cultural shift in how we approach social emotional learning. And so, and that includes every group, students, parents, teachers, the whole boat. And it's a long process. They have one person who works with the school the whole year. And that's what really attracted us to that, is it's not a binder. It is a human that works with us in an authentic way to address specifically our challenges and what we're looking to do. So there's a huge parent component to that.
Thanks, John. Anne Marie?
Thank you. I just wanted to express my thanks to, all the cabinet members, all the site principals, all the, other people who put in. I've been going through and filtering through the the document on the side over here, and it is very, very comprehensive. And I know that a lot of it is said again in the LCAP, and I know that you're saying it, again, with using different words to be able to try and answer these questions. And I really want you to know, I really do appreciate all your efforts. It really is very good to have this, to be able to offer these opportunities. And I really like the fact that you jumped on it right away and got it so we can do something about it and use those funds. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anne Marie. And I just had one last question before somebody makes a motion here. And this is probably for Blaze and Trisha. So a few years back, Carmel Unified had a partnership with the Carmel Library Foundation, and there were a lot of parent speaker series going on that were great. The speakers that came down and addressed our community were really insightful and really on topic for what was going on at the time, whether it was social media or having to raise boys. I don't know. I went to a bunch of them and they were fantastic. Is that outside of the LCAP plan, or is a partnership and a PD, if you will, for parents, is that included, or is that more part of something that will happen alongside the Wellness Center plan?
So in terms of a specific action in the LCAP towards a partnership like that one that we had in the past, and I'm sure Paul could speak to that probably better than Trisha or I, because he was in the cabinet at the time when that was happening, where we were not. There is not a specific action in the LCAP right now that calls out a partnership to provide parent support, but there are broad goals and broad actions that call out, our development of social emotional supports and also parent engagement. And so if we decide as a district to move in one of those directions, what we would do is we would call that out in our LCAP. So the LCAP is a living document for 3 years. So as we say, hey, we really think this is important to do, and it fits in this broad goal category and a broad action category, we might implement something. And if it's free, then we don't have to call it the financials of it, but we could say in our LCAP that this is something that we did, and then talk about that in our annual update. And it might be something we continue. And if we find it valuable or we have good data around it. So the LCAP is definitely a living, breathing document that can actually change over time, and we can add things. And we generally have a very broad base goal LCAP with some really specific actions, but some that are pretty broad. So they give us that latitude to be able to work in these areas you're talking about. So we can just be flexible and go where we want to go and be able to call it out after the fact. So great question. And I think, we definitely have that latitude going forward.
Well, and to piggyback on that question, Sarah, I'm curious can any of the CARES money be used towards kind of not necessarily parent education, but just, helping us to be better as parents to help our kids navigate what they're having to go through and deal with as well. Paul.
So we've had a few discussions about some of the options for the wellness centers. We just kind of had an introductory conceptual meeting with existing counseling staff and kind of other wellness, like our social workers, and parent education came right up at the top of that, right? So, and we don't know, because there's going to be all these new resources that we're talking about. We don't know yet exactly what the in-house parent ed component will be. I agree with you, Sarah, having that partnership with the library brought in some great speakers. So that could be a resource we use, and we need to figure out, what's our core program that we can offer with CUSD, and where do we need to branch out to use those other resources.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. I would love to help work with you guys on a parent speaker series. I found the last time that our district did that was tremendous. And I know so many of us thought that the speakers really were insightful and so meaningful. So any help you want or need, I'd love to work with you guys on that at some point. Okay.
Katz, did you get that answered exactly what you were looking for?
I did. Yes. Thank you. And I Lee, to follow up with you and running the whole summer program, can we encourage our parents who have more specific questions moving forward to reach out to you? Once you kind of nail it down, in the next couple of weeks, because I understand the money came in late, the planning is ongoing. There are a lot of moving parts. But just, would you be the point person?
Yeah, I would
Okay,
be the point person specifically for elementary and middle, and I'm also overseeing the program at the end of the summer with Kashawa as well.
Perfect. Fabulous. Thank you very much.
And if they're Big Sur, they should talk to Elisa.
Just a thought on Sarah's question about the Carmel Library Foundation and the speakers forum that went with it. The last board rep we've had to that committee was Rita Patel. And having a board rep on their committee, on their working committee, is kind of how we were able to put a lot of that together. So, Sarah, you might want to get in touch with them and pursue the opportunity to see if I know they reached out to me. I didn't have enough time really to do it, but I think your point's good. And I think, it'd be a good thing for you to just get in touch with them and say, hey, look, we don't have that board rep. And I don't know if it's going to be you, but we're certainly interested in continuing because we have a history with it.
Great. Yes, thank you. I will do that.
Okay.
All right. So if there aren't any more questions or comments from my fellow board members, if we could have a motion for the ELO grant plan approval.
I'll make a
I will
motion.
make a motion.
Oh, there
Go
we
ahead,
go.
Carl. Seabury. Make a motion to approve the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan.
And I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nakfor,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
and then
And
just
again,
for
I want to just thank everybody for your work on this. Everything is coming last minute. It's like the entire year has been consolidated into 8 weeks, and you guys are really working hard. And I thank you.
And I also want to add, Blaze, I heard you loud and clear on coming at you pretty quick, pretty fast with short timelines and, trying to put it together under, some pretty tough conditions. So I think that the body of work is really excellent.
No worries. I appreciate all the support. And I too wanted to say welcome to Ted, because I didn't get to say that when we started. And thank you, Carl. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And then just for housekeeping, sorry, Sarah, to jump in, we're going to change it up just a little bit, but I just wanted to announce to everyone that Michelle Mahaney will be joining us and training with me right now for the public comment and roll call vote, because I do plan on taking some time off and will be missing the last meeting. So Michelle will be standing in for me. So if you can just bear with us during some training.
You bet. Welcome, Michelle. All right, so we'll move along here to agenda item 5C. This is the public scoping meeting regarding preparation of an environmental impact report, the EIR, for the proposed stadium lights project at Carmel High School. So I will go ahead and open up agenda item 5C for public comment at this time.
Actually, this one, Sarah, sorry. This
sorry.
one's a little out of the norm because it's a public hearing.
Yes, sorry. We will receive the presentation. Sorry, Dan, about that. And then I will open up the public hearing, hear public comments, and then we will do board comments, and then we will close the hearing. So I apologize for that. So take it away, Dan.
Okay, thank you. So our initial assessment of the proposed stadium light project led us to the conclusion that an environmental impact report would be required. The district engaged EMC planning group to guide us through the EIR and prepare it. Stuart is here tonight to give you an overview of the process and answer any questions, and then guide us through the public comment. Go ahead, Stuart.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Hopefully you can hear me. Hello, Board President Hines and board members. My name is Stuart Poulter, and I'm with EMC Planning Group, a land use and environmental consulting firm here on the Monterey Peninsula. I'm also joined tonight by Senior Principal Terry Whistler Adam, who will be helping to address any questions or comments that come up tonight. As Dan mentioned, the school district has hired EMC Planning Group to prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR, to evaluate the environmental impacts of the Carmel High School Stadium Lights project, pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Notice of preparation and environmental initial study were prepared and sent to local agencies and neighbors on May 13th. Though not required for this project, a lead agency is encouraged to allow agencies and the public to provide comments on the scope of the EIR during what's known as a scoping meeting. The school district has decided to use this board meeting as an opportunity for the public or local agencies to provide comments. To just briefly summarize the project, the school district is proposing to install field lighting at the existing stadium at Carmel High School. Two of the the lighting poles will be located behind the northern home seating area and will extend approximately 70 feet in height. Two additional lighting poles will be located behind the visitor seating bleachers at the south end of the stadium site and will be approximately 80 feet in height. The addition of the stadium lights is primarily intended to allow for Friday night football games and other nighttime games and practices in anticipation of the state's late start law, which will go into effect in the fall of 2022 and will affect the ability of various sports teams from practicing and holding games later in the day without lights. The school district plans to install the stadium lighting by the start of the 2022-2023 school year. Students have identified night games as a high priority to create new healthy weekend social opportunities and a chance to build even more school spirit. The school district would limit the number of night games to be considerate of neighbors and the community's desire to limit light intrusion into the surrounding neighborhoods. The EIR will address all the issues required by CEQA, but is expected to focus on impacts associated with visual resources, biological resources, air quality impacts, greenhouse gas emissions, energy demand, noise, and transportation and traffic issues associated with the proposed project. The school district invites the public to review the notice of preparation and environmental initial study and comment on the scope of the EIR. Verbal comments will be accepted tonight. However, written comments are encouraged, and the school district will be accepting comments on the EIR scope through Monday, June 14th by 5 o'clock. A draft EIR is being prepared and will be available for public review sometime later this summer. The draft EIR will be available for 45 days in order to give the public time to review it and provide comments. At the end of the 45-day public review period, the final EIR will be prepared, responding to public comments received. The final EIR, along with the draft EIR, will be prepared for consideration by the board at a later board meeting date. That concludes just a brief overview of the CEQA process, and I'll turn it over to school district staff if they'd like to add anything before we take public comments.
Sure. As part of the notification process, it's posted on the district website, and we also sent out mailers to the neighbors. The county's requirement for notification is 300 feet, but if you're familiar with the area around the high school, that would cut off some neighbors on Flanders. So I worked with EMC Planning Group to identify a larger area, and the mailing went out last week. To date, I've received 6 public comments, 2 in support, 1 qualified support, 1 not in support, and 2 just want to know more about the project. How are we going to use it? So, so far, not a huge response, although I understand Facebook is blowing up a little bit. So if there are any questions, Stuart or I can answer them.
Dan and Stuart, would you like me to open it up for public comment at this time?
Yes.
Okay, so I will go ahead and open agenda item 5C for public comment. This is the public scoping meeting regarding preparation of the EIR for the proposed stadium lights project at Carmel High School.
Now is the time to raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment on agenda item 5C. We will not be revisiting public comments on this agenda item. I will now pause. Last call on public comments for agenda item 5C. I have one hand raised. Sarah Miller.
Hi, yes, Stuart, I would like to compliment you on a very succinct, direct presentation that actually answered the questions that people who are paying attention wanted answered, unlike the, 75-minute diatribe we heard about the summer enrichment program where basic questions are, I still don't have answered, as the same questions that some of our board members raised as to why we're not just paying the Earth or Monterey Rec or other entities to provide some kind of benefit to the students of the district and their parents who are paying taxes here. I didn't hear a denominator for how many students are served by the $1.5 million expenditure that the board approved, but I guess they heard something I didn't, and they felt confident in approving it nonetheless. But I say, lights so kids can have some extracurriculars and Friday night activities. That's the least this district can do. So I support this item, and I hope we vote for it. And I hope that everyone listens to how Stuart made his presentation, and the next agenda item is as succinct and direct and actually answers the questions that are raised, instead of using a lot of word salad and avoiding the questions that actually matter. So thank you.
Sorry, I got it. We'll open up this agenda item for board questions and comments to Stuart, and I think Dan is still with, oh, there you are, Dan. Sorry, Dan's still with us.
So I had a question, Dan, and I had asked you this prior, but so are the 70, 80-foot poles and those lights, has there been a lot of research done as far as the least offensive style of lighting that is the most directive? And would that be the 70 to 80-foot high poles with lights directed onto the field? Because I'm just curious about that. And does it address the usage limits in the EIR and the CEQA, or is that kind of driven by the public response? For example, the numbers of times per year that the lights can be on and for how long? And Stuart, you did a great job going through kind of the roadmap. That was really helpful. And just curious about the actual lighting itself and how directive it is and how invasive. I mean, I know they've perfected it over the years, and I don't think it's going to be, as much flood lighting in the Flanders area. It'll be more directed to the field, unlike, past lights, but just curious about that, Dan.
Sure. The height of the poles has to do with the quality of the lights. You actually want to cross the beams so that you don't get shadows. And the technology with the event lighting in probably the past 5 or 6 years has just been tremendous. The lights are all LED now. So instead of seeing the type of lights we have at the pool, which are 16 years old now, a big glowing ball, it's a much smaller point of light. And the area they light up is primarily the football field and the stands. And there's not a lot of light spill beyond that. What EMC will do as part of their EIR is actually prepare kind of a video fly through. So you'll be able to see what this will look like from different vantage points around Carmel. So the community can have an idea of the type of impact. And as far as addressing the number and times of use, that's something actually Golden was providing some of that backup of what we anticipate the use will be of the field, times, what times practice will stop, what's the latest a game will go. So that will all be included in the EIR, and there will be a draft EIR that will be reviewed by by myself and the business office and the school site to make sure we've got everything covered before we put it out.
So Dan, you said you had one vote that was qualified or unqualified. I can't remember.
It was qualified. It was a neighbor of the high school, and as you can imagine, the issue is student parking. They really said, you know, I like the idea of lights, but if you could solve the parking, I will be fully in favor of those lights. So I mean, it's, you know, as well as anybody, we've increased the parking. We just can't, you know, keep up.
We can't. Let me give you the old timers perspective on this. I'm not a big fan of lights on the field because it's been there 80 years and there's been no lights. And it's Saturday football. But having said that, I was conducting a campus tour, which I like to do with alumni. And I was talking to one of the alumni. Actually, it was Doug Adams. Some of you might know him. He was a really good football player at Carmel High that went to Stanford. And in that particular class, as we got down to the field, I said, Doug, what do you think about lights on this field? And he goes, well, you know, Carl, I hate them. And I said, that's it. And he goes, but what you have here is a very underutilized facility. And that kind of stuck in my head. You know, it really did. You know, it's one thing to want to keep the traditions going, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about that because, you know, as well as I do, Facebook and what you get as an email are going to be exponentially different. But I think, you know, if I'm not the athletic director, but if I was the AD, I'd be thinking, how am I going to schedule all this stuff, all these practices? You know, we have not gone to, you know, off the daylight savings time situation, even though it passed in California. I think it was Prop 7 2 years ago. The federal government shut that down. Not that that would have really solved all of the planning issues that we have. So I just want to say that, you know, I expect to be hearing it from the historical community, the dinosaurs out there that are still Padres and Padres so far. I don't know if that, maybe they're just going to be Carmel High School, you know, students with a name change. But, you know, I get it. And I'm just going to, we just have to wait and see what we get back from the community. You know, Dan, when we put those lights in at the pool, I almost got run out of town. You remember that?
Yeah,
I did.
Both.
We both did. Well, I blamed Dan, he blamed me. And so, yeah, but in the process of Tessa's question of what about light infusion to the community, we were able to hat those lights down to a point where they really did focus on just the activity. And it didn't create what looked like a landing zone when we first put them in. Lighting technologies come eons from when we put those particular lights in. So I'm just, you know, interested in how it's going to come out. But I think the logic states that, you know, you build something like that football complex up there, you have to use it. And you can't just use it until 4:30 in the afternoon in the winter when it gets dark. The other thing I've noticed, having announced all of their football games, is that students don't really come on Saturday. They don't. I think they've done 5 days of school and they're looking for something else to do on Saturday. Who comes on Saturday? Parents and alumni. That's who comes to the games. So there is a student voice in this. And as I was pointing out to our board president, Sarah, I have to be dragged into the 21st century on these things. So there's a lot of good reasons to try to move it forward. And we'll just have to see, go ahead with the EIR. And, I don't know how obtrusive some of those issues are going to be, like the scenic highway issue. Things like that. I mean, I don't know how those are mitigated. But anyway, I've come to understand that in order to get school to work for kids, they have to be able to be out there doing sports activities with lights on.
Anne Marie?
Hi. So Carl, I'm in agreement with you about, I like the football games on Saturday. But I just thought of something while you were talking, and I think it might work, at least resonate with some of the alumni. We changed the field. It's no longer sod. It is that turf field, and that turf gets very, very, very hot. And I can attest to that. I played field hockey in college. I played on a turf field, played up in Chico during the summertime. And I will tell you, it gets to be 120, 130 on that field. And you have a Saturday game in those first couple of, games in fall get really, really, really hot. And I know that a lot of the football players have been noticing that. I mentioned it to Golden when he first wanted to put the turf field in. I said, it's hotter than heck out there. And quite honestly, having it at night would eliminate a lot of that heat. So that's one thought, just there, put it in out there.
Anne Marie, if the kids came to the Saturday games, I'd probably feel different, but they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. We got the best pep band in town playing to not students. They just don't come, and it's been that way for quite some time. It's they've got a lot to do. It's a different world. When I went to Carmel High, there was nothing else to do but school activities, whether they were on a Saturday or whatever. So I've kind of really had to rethink. I don't like to see a lot of change in the district, whether it's Bay School, or Dan knows all this, or whether it's icons at Carmel High or anywhere in the district. But this time has come. We'll just have to see how the community responds.
Dan and Stuart, I just had one question. As part of the draft EIR, is that where the community and the public and the board, everybody would see draft renderings of what this would look like? Or when does that come into play?
I'll defer to you on that one, Stuart.
Yeah. Yes, the draft EIR, by the time it's released for the 45-day public review period, would include figures that show renderings of the lights themselves with heights and luminaires and all the technical detail that is necessary to evaluate the environmental impacts of the project. So.
I have one more question for Stuart. I was going to ask Dan, but Stuart, since you're here, we've already got lights on the pool, and we're talking about the scenic highway and how the view shed is so important. That was one of the things listed in the preliminary report. So what would be so different from having lights maybe 20 yards away from that facility, the pool, down to the field? Because you already have light encroachment that you can see from the road. So I'm just curious about that particular issue and how in today's world that would look or be addressed.
Well, I think the EIR will go into some detail, at least as far as how CEQA treats visual resources, and looking at the overall existing setting and evaluating it against the proposed, which would be inclusion of the new lights with the existing lightage, and part of the evaluation looks at what the existing lights look like, and then adding that new lighting in, what that effect would be, primarily at nighttime. I don't know if Terry in my office, who's also available to address questions, can add anything as far as how CEQA treats existing versus proposed visual setting, if she's available.
I guess what I'm asking is, what do you see? You're the expert here. What are the obstacles?
So
there
this
she is.
This is Terry Whistler Adam. I work with Stuart, and in an environmental impact report, when we evaluate a project, we do evaluate it against the existing environmental setting. And so what we've done is we've hired a professional who has gone out and taken pictures at night at several different places, mostly along Highway 1 and then also up into the neighborhood, to show what the existing lights look like at night, including the stars. And then they superimpose the new lights onto those photographs. And so we will have that completed and included in the environmental impact report. Someone had mentioned the fact that the highway was a scenic highway. And so Caltrans does have some policies regarding that. But in the draft DIR that will be released later in the summer, you will see the difference both in text and in pictures of what the new lighting will look like. And I hope that answers your question.
It does. It does. Because the scenic highway piece, is a bit of a mystery in terms of what's allowable and what isn't.
Before we close the public hearing, Tess or Seabury, do you have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I had just one comment and a question. I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but does the environmental impact report also include the biological impacts on, nocturnal animals and insects and birds and mammals and whatnot? I mean, I know we're dealing with other high intensity lights around, but I'm just curious if that's factored in as well.
Yeah, I can take that question as well. We do have a biologist looking at the impacts to biological resources. Obviously, the physical changes to putting in the light poles don't really affect any biological resources, other than I think there might be some minor tree trimming. But the lights on the wildlife in Hatton Canyon are being evaluated. I haven't talked to the biologists to see if they've drawn any conclusions yet, but I think, as Dan was mentioning earlier, the technology of the lighting these days really keeps the light focused on the stadium. And so we expect that there will be very little, if any, light going beyond that into the canyon, into that habitat there.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then just a comment in terms of, I don't know if you can do this, but I know there has been chatter on Nextdoor as well. And I was thinking maybe we could try to post it there to solicit input from the public, because there certainly is, it's going, like, at least in my Nextdoor email, it's definitely going around. So that might be a good source to put it out there and to solicit public comment.
As principal at Carmel High School, two of the most difficult things I wound up doing was, one, putting in the message board, and Dan can attest to that. The one that talks about activities at Carmel High, and I mean, I was getting emails, Carl, wherever you found that message board, give it back to the car salesman, people out in Seaside, blah, blah, blah. So I survived that one. And the second one was the lights at the pool. That was another absolute shock to the community. Is Golden hanging around on this?
He's not Carl, but I'm still here.
Oh, you're here, John. Yeah, I was just gonna just get his perspective because it's hard. It's really hard in this district to plan practices, games, activities, and right now I think we might be about it for a daytime no lights stadium because Stevenson even went with lights, if I'm not mistaken. So I was kind of interested in his take and what that would look like.
I mean, generally speaking, we are a little concerned. Again, as you well know, we're on a bit of a referee shortage too. So there's going to be in terms of playing games in different times because it's harder and harder to find refs. And I think it's also important to remember that that field is not solely a football field. It is for all of our athletic programs. And so we've got programs right now at the middle school. That's where they play games. So to be able to bring some of those programs home to give those students an opportunity to have that same experience, I think is also valuable. And it really does speak to the culture that we're trying to build here. But it doesn't always necessarily mean we're going to move all of our football games exclusively to Friday nights because there may be requirements. In the most recent CCS Board of Managers meetings, we talked extensively about the fact that most schools will have to entertain some sort of flexible schedule because of the referee shortage and travel and all of the restrictions on those sorts of things. So I think that there's a long way to go on this conversation. And I think this is step one. I think, and we kind of continue to move forward, but the challenge coming with the 8:30 start time, we've lived that this year. This has been a really interesting year for us to learn some things about how we have to literally compact practices together where two teams are practicing at the same time on the same field because we're just running out of time in the day because we don't start practice now until 4:15, 4:30 in some cases. You can imagine what that's going to look like in a regular school year. So this is step one. And I think we move forward with a cautious approach and we try to glean as much information as we can and try to be as understanding with everybody in our community and work together as a partnership.
Well, one of the things you just said has always been very, very important to me, and that is bringing as many sports back up to Carmel High that we can, because the kids are there. It's after school, they're parked, they're there. And we've spread that high school sports program all the way out to Mid-Valley at Valley High and Carmel Middle School. And we got quite a bit of it back actually, just by improving that football field. So that point about, bringing more of that home to CHS is a pretty good one, John. And thanks.
That was really well said, John. Thank you. Tess, before we close the hearing and move on, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm good. Dan already answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, I will go ahead and thank you, Dan. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Stuart. And we will go ahead and close this public hearing. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 5D. This is to approve 2021-2022 District and Association of Carmel Teachers, ACT, joint initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations. And I welcome Craig.
Thank you for the introduction there. So the board is being asked to approve the Sunshine proposal. If you can go ahead and open up that attachment, I'd appreciate it. So as noted last time, we gave some general description. This particular document does satisfy the requirements of providing the notice to the public in regards to each of these areas. So the introductory statements, as it says there, is to review and amend article for clarity of language around the recognition of inclusive job classifications and update the list if needed, if it's missing anything or needs to be changed. Articles 2 and 4, salary and wages and unit member health and welfare benefits. The parties propose to negotiate fair and equitable adjustments in compensation, which is compliant with legal requirements and supports the long-term fiscal solvency of the district. Article 7, safety conditions of employment. The parties propose to review updated state guidance from CDPH and Cal OSHA around the reopening of schools for matters pertaining to COVID and determine if any safety conditions need to be addressed on a long-term basis or short-term basis, even in that fact. Unit member evaluation, we propose to update the timelines for implementation of an evaluation pilot, which was suspended due to the COVID pandemic. So we need to get that back on track. Staff development, Article 10. The parties propose to review the options available for the purpose of staff development to support the ongoing professional learning of certificated staff members, which is an important aspect of what we do as educators. Article 12, reassignment and transfer. There were some ambiguities that arose during the course of this year, and so it's taking a look at those and a proposal to clarify those ambiguities to the greatest extent possible. And then at the end there, all appendices and MOUs related to the articles noted. So there are at times a need to get into the appendices of the contracts because the language that we're discussing impacts those, such as if you have an agreement around Article 2, salary and wages, you have to update the salary schedules that are an appendix in the collective bargaining agreement. So that's just to make sure that everybody is aware. This is to make sure that we can engage in the process. Our goal is to set dates for the fall. That does take some time. Obviously, you're working with the schedules of a variety of different individuals. And so we'll start taking a look at the calendar and getting those dates on the calendar so that we can have the discussion in the fall.
Great, thank you, Craig. I'll go ahead and open up this agenda item for public comment. So this is public comment for agenda item 5D.
Raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment on agenda item 5D. I will pause for a few moments. Public comments for agenda item 5D. Okay, I am showing 3 hands. We have Sarah Miller, Lyons family, and Sebastian Miller. Brett, if you could please unmute yourself, you may state your comment.
Hi, yes. So as the agenda item clearly states, the reason the board is being asked to approve this is because ACT, the teachers union, cannot begin negotiating until the board approves this sunshine agenda item. I believe very strongly that this item should be tabled until the end of June or early July. The reason is we just hired a new superintendent, and that person, who we heard every single board member speak highly of, should be empowered and involved in the process. Negotiating a contract with the largest workforce of the entity, the union, is one of the most important things that this new superintendent will do. He should not be hamstringed by being stuck with a contract that's negotiated with a lame duck superintendent who's on her way out and will not be here to deal with the ramifications of the deal that she negotiates. Parents should understand that this is very important. I mean, if you look at the items on the sunshine proposal, putting aside the economic issues in terms of the salary and other benefits for the union, I mean, the working conditions and how and when schools will be opened and under what conditions is one of the items. You know, I am the daughter of a California public school teacher. I believe teachers should work in very safe situations, but I also believe students should be in school 5 days a week. And so I think that this board for once did something very good, and they seem to have hired a competent superintendent, and he should be involved in that process. Our new superintendent's contract does not begin until July 1. So if this board approves this agenda item, negotiations will start 7 weeks before our new superintendent starts. And under California law, if items are offered to the teachers, they cannot be retracted. So whoever is in charge, whether it's Craig Chavez or Trisha Dellis or anyone else, if they offer anything to the union, our new superintendent, who I have the utmost faith and confidence in, will not be able to take those back. He will be stuck with whatever they offer. And it might be a 3-year contract. And so that could be very damaging for this district. And so if this board truly believes that Ted Knight is the best person to lead the district, they should show that faith and confidence and table this item and put him in charge in negotiating the contract. And I hope we don't hear any argument that there's not enough time to wait till July, because any shortened time frame is a direct result of this board refusing to start the superintendent search process when parents ask them to do so. So I look forward to them tabling this item and giving our new superintendent an opportunity to negotiate and put students first. Thank you.
Lyons family, can you please unmute yourself and state your comment?
Hi, this is Shell Lyons again. I wanted to state that I really feel that this is unfair to Trish. I feel like this is again setting up Trish as the person who's being targeted for making decisions without really providing kind of this fair situation where the person who's now empowered to take over, which is Ted, has that responsibility. And I'm also concerned about the way that we're treating Ted as we're welcoming him. I remember when Trish was first brought on, she was kind of put in this exact same position where she was kind of, I don't want to say made to clean up someone else's mess, but that's probably the closest thing, where like she wasn't really given that fair shake, wasn't really given that platform, wasn't really given that space. And now I kind of see that repeated, and it does concern me. I'm really excited about Ted Knight starting. I think we've all seen that, he's incredibly capable and is going to lead our district into the future. And we've all also seen that the contract, we've set him up where it is a solid 3-year contract without that same potential for it to be shortened. And we're looking forward to that. And yet we're sitting here and all we have to do is table this agreement for just 1 month and let Ted kind of breathe, where he and Trish can start to have meetings, start to take over, start to make that transition make more sense. So I don't even necessarily think that Trish could be negotiating, because I do think that she would be capable of doing that with her support of her legal team. But I just feel like it's unfair that she hasn't even had a chance really to speak with him, to work through it. And if we were to table this until next month and approve of the Sunshine proposals, then we would be in a much better position as a district. I've really seen so much to be proud of right now, and I would love for us to kind of be keeping that momentum going on this positive foot forward. Thank you.
Please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Hi, yeah, this is Sebastian Miller. I'm with Sarah and Shell on this. I mean, I think there's maybe an impetus to say, well, geez, like negotiating this MOU is kind of a tough job, and it could potentially maybe leave a bad feeling in some of the teachers' mouths with Ted if that's their first interaction with him. He's like maybe not giving them everything they want in this MOU. So hey, let's have Trisha and Craig negotiate this thing and kind of save that tough job for them, and not tar Ted with that. But I mean, I just think that's really like the wrong attitude. I mean, like Shell said, I mean, he's got this 3-year contract, and Shell and Sarah have a mutual friend who knows Ted. That mutual friend says he's really smart and he's going to do a great job. And I mean, I believe that guy. I know him too. So I feel like this is like a core superintendent job negotiating a contract with your largest union. I mean, I don't know exactly how much you're going to pay the teachers over the next 3 years, but I mean, it's certainly more than $100 million. So this is like, you know, the most important contract that CUSD is going to sign in the next 3 years. And I mean, you should have this guy who by all accounts is like good. I mean, he should be doing it. I don't know. I mean, I mean, I just think, yeah, I mean, you should table this. I mean, why did you hire a superintendent if you're not going to have him negotiate this contract? I mean, it just seems like stupid to have like Craig and Trisha do it. That's oh, and I want to say something positive. I mean, it seems like, you know, you guys did a really good job hiring Ted, and I just want to give you props for that. You know, that's the school board's most important job. And I know we call in and criticize you sometimes, but you know, if this mutual friend is right and Ted's a really good superintendent, I mean, you did a good thing on your you know, most important responsibility. So woohoo. Okay, that's my comment.
Craig and Trisha, I just wanted to clarify one thing. When Craig started his presentation on this agenda item, he did say we were approving this for negotiations in the fall. So that would not be in the time where Trisha Dellis would still be with us. These fall negotiations would include Ted Knight. Is that correct?
That is correct. And actually, outside of the personal attacks, you know, this isn't my first rodeo. I have negotiated before. This is actually my second district in which I've worked with the units to get people back into the building. This, as I said before, was for negotiations in the fall. So if they're not going to listen, then we really can't help with the information. What we have to do is set up times where we can set that aside so Ted can be a part of the process that was discussed. And that's what we will be doing. So I don't know where the clarity is not coming from. I'm sorry. I'm at that point where I need people to actually to be able to listen to the facts and for us to be able to respond to that. And that's just not going very well right now. So I apologize.
Thank you so much, Craig. I will open this agenda item up for board discussion. And if there is no discussion, we will need a motion to approve. I think, Carl, you're speaking and you're muted.
How's that? Better? Okay. You know, Craig actually hit the nail on the head. This is an introductory move in the process of negotiations. It is not a situation where within the next 3 or 4 weeks or before July 1, everything will be solved, done, and delivered. So he is correct about that. And what it does is it simply opens the process. The process is not a one-shot deal. It takes several meetings of back and forthing to do it. And it's pretty clear to me that Ted will be the point player, one of the point players in this, unless I have it wrong. But I mean, I've been doing these negotiations with the district for a long time. And I sense his frustration because it's not a done deal. It's not Trisha and Craig are going to make an agreement with the ACT by July 1 or July 2. It's not going to happen. This is just, to me, an introductory step to get the process started. And if I'm wrong, Craig, correct me.
No, you're not wrong, Carl. I think Craig clearly stated that twice. Thank you.
If I could also
more comments.
Can I add, Sarah, just really quick? Yes. I have absolutely no intent or intention to negotiate anything at this particular juncture. My job at this point in time is to transition Ted into the position. And so he and I will be having conversations to help him in his, as he comes to our district. So I don't have time to negotiate right now. And the teachers and the district do not negotiate over the summer. So everyone is clear that the negotiations will be happening with the new superintendent in the fall.
Thank you again for reiterating that, Trisha. I appreciate it. Are there any more board comments on this agenda item?
Yeah, this is Seabury. I just can't hold my tongue anymore. I mean, I have really tried to step out of getting into the weeds and commenting on the tone of voice and the disrespect that our callers, many of the public have. And I can't not say anything anymore. It's very disrespectful. I think the questions that you ask are good questions, and I appreciate you asking the questions. What I don't appreciate is the tone. It's very disrespectful to the board, to the staff, to the administration. So I ask again, I am new to this board. I have never been treated this way, ever. And I am a public servant. I've been with the federal government for more than 20 years. And the tone that you approach all of us with is just disgusting. And I ask that you stop, please. Again, I reiterate, I think your questions are good questions. Please just stop asking them in the way that you're asking them. I'm sorry, Sarah, I just couldn't hold my tongue anymore.
I'll piggyback with you, Seabury. It's disgusting, period. And Trisha Dellis, you are not a lame duck superintendent. You never have been. You have carried yourself with immense grace and dignity against this type of diatribe that is just really hard to take. And we've been taking it for a year. And I'm tired of it too, Seabury. Thank you for speaking up. But Trisha Dellis, you're a class act. Thank you.
You know, the operative point here, folks, is it's just the initial start of the process. That's the operative point. And, sympathy for the board members that have, are clearly on overload here. The questions are good, but the process is so simplistic that we don't need to attack it in that manner. We don't. Nobody is going to make any decisions prior to the new superintendent coming. It just doesn't work that way. Spending a little bit more time understanding how it does work would be as easy as a phone call to one of the point people, either Trisha or Craig Chavez, and just say, walk me through the steps. How does it work? But no.
I think we do need to move on here. Do we? I'm sorry, Carl.
That's okay. No, we're good.
Apologize.
We're good.
So can I please get a motion for agenda item 5D?
I move to approve the 21-22 District and Association of Carmel Teachers ACT Joint Initial Proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations.
I'll second that.
President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar,
Yes.
and Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
We'll move on to agenda item 5E. This is California Science Test Not Viable Determination. I'll open it up for public comment. I would respectfully like to ask that public comment is only regarding agenda item 5E, which is the California Science Test Not Viable Determination.
Please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment regarding this agenda item. I will pause. Last call. I am seeing no hands raised.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Paul, I'll turn this agenda item over to you.
Hey, thanks. So we are in the midst of testing CASP. We're happy to do it. It's going to give us good information about what kind of learning has occurred during the whole pandemic season. And one of the little bonuses that the state has given us is the opportunity to opt out. We actually could have opted out of the CASP test if we had wanted to give a different kind of assessment. But since that is our typical test that we give, and it's a test, of course, we'll be giving next year, we opted to do that for math and English language arts. But for science, looking at the time period that we had, getting back to school when we did, and with all the things we're trying to do to get that started and then wrap up the school year, it just is not viable, even as it is the middle school is giving their ELA and math tests next week. So this does not require board approval, but we thought it would be best to do this publicly and make sure it was clear to the board that that was the administration's intent. We think it's a wise thing to do because otherwise it would be taking students away from the remaining learning time that we have this year. So we would like you to formally accept our recommendation that the science test is not viable for this school year only.
Thank you, Paul, for that disclaimer and also the transparency and bringing it to the board in a public manner. So thank you for that. I'll open it up to board comments or questions for Paul regarding this agenda item. If not, we do need a motion to approve.
Carol, you were unmuted, so I thought you were going to make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 21-13, notice of completion CCTV installation.
Tess, we're the agenda item above that. We're a 5E, sorry.
I knew that. California science test not viable determination. I'll make a motion to approve that. Should I restate?
Second that.
Thank you, Carl. You're good.
And then I just want to note Anne Marie lost her internet connection. So you will be one left.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Agenda item 5F, resolution number 21-13, notice of completion CCTV install. And we bring it back to Dan Paul for this one.
All right, this project had a couple of change orders, mainly due to time because it started up just as we went into the shelter in place, but the project is complete. We're training the administrators here in about a week and a half and doing fine tuning on the system. We've already used it to investigate a couple of incidents and it seems to be working well.
Excellent. I'll go ahead and open this one up for public comment. So if there's public comment only on this agenda item, which is 5F, which is the resolution 21-13, notice of completion CCTV install.
Please raise your hand if you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, 5F. I will pause. For public comments on agenda item 5F.
Thanks, Michelle. I'll go ahead and open it up to board discussion. And if there is not any discussion needed, I will need a motion to approve and a second.
Motion to approve resolution 21-13, notice of completion CCTV installation.
I'll second. Thank you, Tess.
President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5G, 2021-2022 Legal Services Agreement with Dennis Walliver and Kelly DWK. I will go ahead and open up this agenda item for public comment, accepting public comment on this agenda item only, which is 5G.
Please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, 5G. I will pause. Last call on public comments for agenda item 5G. I am showing 2 hands raised, Rita Patel and Lyons family. Rita, if you could please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Hi, everyone. This is Rita Patel, former board member. I just had a couple comments about this item. I see you're discussing this, and so I wanted to see if you could address. The district has historically used Lozano Smith as their law firm, and they have a lot of history with us and helped us out quite a bit. So I was just calling in to find out why we have decided to move away from them, or are you using them for other services? So I just want to know more about why you guys are moving away from them, and if this new firm is bringing something that Lozano Smith did not provide, and also if you could maybe break down some of the hourly fees and compare them between both law firms. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Lyons family, if you could please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Hi, my name is Shell Lyons. I am very concerned about this legal agreement. Once again, it allows double billing for travel. This is very unusual, and it is in the agreement. In fact, such an agreement would be unconscionable if it was not for a large client such as the district. Also, this agreement allows for a minimum billing of 3/10 of an hour instead of the usual 1/10 of an hour for the first item of the day, which could add up to quite a bit of money, especially if the first item takes a minute. It's a 1-minute phone call. I've been concerned about these agreements. I do not think that it is fair for our district to be represented with these unusual agreements. And I'm also concerned because I've had dozens of conversations with this particular law firm. I think they are professional and kind and well-spoken, but I have literally been asked to provide the code for the Brown Act for them. And there's serious Brown Act concerns that I keep raising. I love my district, so I have not, tried to pursue a complaint against them, but I have raised them out of concerns. A perfect example is this is the last call for public comment. Now, if somebody wants to comment on what I'm saying now, they are not allowed to. That is the same as taking a list and requiring the comments in advance without providing them a chance for a true public comment. It is opening us up for litigation. I want us to be well represented. I also have a huge problem with whenever I speak and try out of true love and concern for my district, and only positive, I'm often being told that, with the last word, because I don't get to speak again after this, that my tone is not appreciated, or I'm not positive enough, or whatever the situation is. It's really, it's really not true. I have no way of then speaking up and saying, whoa, why are my comments being twisted around? When I look at a contract, I know that that's the way a contract is. If you then speak something and say, oh, something's not going to happen till fall, well, then it needs to be in that contract. When we have a document, that's the way documents are reviewed. And to then take those concerns from a community member and to call them, a improper tone instead of, thank you for your concern, and thank you for calling in, and thank you for spending this time out of care for your district that you love, it's hurtful. It is a reason why more people don't call in and more people don't want to participate. I have defended the board, I have defended the superintendent on multiple occasions because I want everyone to be able to speak. Please defend me for my right to speak as well. I really want this to be a positive community. It's what Sarah Hines said from the very beginning of this meeting, that comments need to be positive. Please, as a board, make sure that your comments are positive. Thank you.
Trisha Dellis, I will turn it over to you for more information regarding this specific agenda item.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
This evening, we are asking that you approve our legal services agreement for the 21-22 year with DWK, which is Dennis, Walliver, and Kelly. They are a firm that we did add to our repertoire this year. We are not moving away from Lozano in any way, shape, or form. Actually, we'll be bringing forth a contract for them next month as well. Unfortunately, we have had an unprecedented amount of issues that we've had to deal with. And so we added this law firm specific for negotiations and our board processes. And so we still use Lozano's office all the time. And we actually had 3 different attorneys in closed session this evening. So there's enough in our district at this point in time to keep people busy. And hopefully that will change as the new superintendent comes forward and works with the community as we move things with parents and community. So as far as the hourly fees and that breakdown, I wasn't prepared for that question this evening. So don't have that for you, Rita, I'm sorry. I'm asking that the board approve this contract this evening.
I'll go ahead and open it up for board discussion. Any questions or comments you have regarding agenda item 5G for Tricia? If not, I'll need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2021-2022 legal services agreement with Danis, Wolliver, and Kelly.
I second.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nakbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
That's a yes.
Carl.
Moving along to agenda item 6, this is board operations. I'd like to let the public and our community know that the next regularly scheduled board meeting is scheduled for June 9th. We have 2 board meetings scheduled in June. I know that's been of concern. So June 9th and June 23rd, correct me if I'm wrong, Tricia Zarovich. But those are the next 2 board meetings. And I would also like to remind anybody that's still on this meeting this evening that we are having a special meeting this coming Friday, May 28th, with the new superintendent, Ted Knight. It will be a special meeting where we have our student journalist, Alicia Kruger, moderating and asking him questions. So I hope that you can all be in attendance with us on Friday evening. More information to come on that tomorrow. Moving on to future topics, agenda item 6A. I'll go ahead and open up 6A for future topics for public comment. Please note that we will only accept public comment on agenda item 6A, which is future topics.
Please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment regarding agenda item 6A, future topics. I will pause. Last call for public comments on agenda item 6A. I see 3 hands raised: Rita Patel, Sebastian Miller, and Sarah Miller. Rita, if you could please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Hi, Rita again. Sorry, I missed the earlier discussion about the Wellness Center. So that's what I got on late. And so anyway, I wanted to just share, when you discuss this at a future board meeting, I wanted to share that Heath Rocha and I worked on the Wellness Center idea for CUSD many years ago when I was on the board and Heath was the Chief Student Services Officer. We toured wellness centers and schools and put a plan together, and we were very close to getting it funded under Superintendent Marvin Biasotti. So I wanted just to share that when you do agendize this for a future meeting, whenever that is, Heath and I would love to come in and share our research and our presentation as you move forward with the idea. he just received board approval for his wellness center at Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District this week. And so they're moving forward with their wellness center. So sorry I wasn't on earlier. That's what I wanted to share earlier, but just wanted to let you guys know right now that we'd be more than happy to come back at a future meeting to share our research. Thanks. Bye-bye.
If you could please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Yeah, hi. My recommendation for a future topic would be to close the sunshine proposal that was opened unanimously earlier. I think there's maybe a misunderstanding by some of the board members. And I mean, Shell and Sarah, they're both education lawyers who negotiated collective bargaining agreements for school districts. And so, I mean, I don't know, it's pretty patronizing to like suggest that they didn't know what they were talking about. And, should defer to the wisdom of Craig Chavez. But I mean, the truth of it is this, very material things occur prior to a collective bargaining agreement being finalized. And even if Ted is there at the time this next collective bargaining agreement with the ACT is set to be finalized, his hands are going to be tied if you let Trisha and Craig do the first few months of the negotiation without his involvement. And that's because there's hundreds of pages of like these, I don't know, statutes dealing with like collective bargaining agreement negotiations in school districts. And one of the like really important provisions is that once a district offers something, it can't then take back what was offered unless they, in return for taking that offer back, they offer something else that's actually even more valuable than the thing they offered but are now taking back. So whatever occurs now that this like sunshine proposal has been approved, it's as good as a final agreement, and you guys just approved it. So I mean, there was significance to like opening up that sunshine thing today rather than a month from now, and it was just totally elided. And I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and just, I don't know, that maybe it's just like that was like lost on you and you're not, but I really think you should reconsider, because like I think if you understood the consequences of what you just did, you would at the next meeting undo it, because it's like a bad idea. I mean, maybe Craig inspires a ton of confidence in you guys and think he's going to do just as good of a job as Ted, and you don't think it's that important for Ted to be involved at like the planning stages of this, which are essential and maybe are even more important than the final signature on this document. But I mean, I just, based on what I've seen, including like that one presentation where Craig plagiarized, the description of a superintendent. I mean, he doesn't inspire a ton of confidence for me, and I think a lot of other people feel the same way. So I hope you'll take that up at a future meeting. That's my comment.
Miller, if you could please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously would just like reiterate what the prior caller just said. I mean, it's incredibly concerning that the 5 board members who are in charge of this entire process for educating thousands of children and overseeing a $70 million plus budget don't understand the consequences or the significance of the decisions they're making. Like, there is a reason this agenda item, the D, was on tonight's thing and required board approval. It's because there is significance and a consequence to you approving it. And it means that Craig and the district can start negotiating with ACT. And as Sebastian mentioned, if you guys bothered to look up the statute and the law, you'd understand that whatever is offered in the next 6 to 7 weeks before the new superintendent starts, he cannot undo or take back, like without offering something of greater value in return. So I don't know. I guess at this point, I'm just like, I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed that like everyone in charge doesn't seem to care about what's going on or the future of this district. I'm incredibly excited that we have a new superintendent, and I wish he was starting tomorrow and he could be involved in this process. I wish you guys didn't hamstring him, and you're going to saddle him with a multi-year contract that he had no role in negotiating and setting him up for failure. Like, no wonder we've had like 5 superintendents in 5 years or 4 in 6 years or whatever, like the sad statistic it is. But I don't know, if you guys like actually care about like the next 3 years of this district, you'll table this item and let the new superintendent be in charge and let him negotiate and be a part of the process. There's no harm in doing that. I hope it's added to the next agenda for the next board meeting. And you guys, like, I don't know, maybe read the ed code and figure out what you're doing. Thanks.
I'll go ahead and open up this agenda item for board discussion. This is future topics, agenda item 6A.
Okay. I'm hearing the Millers and their concern, but I've been through this process many, many times. Nothing is done in 4 or 5 weeks until July 1, except to open the door to the process. That's it. The board is not going to entertain offers, counter offers, or make offers. And come on, guys, to assume that the board doesn't care about the process is really pretty far out there. It really is. And if you have not been a part of a school board versus an employee union's negotiation process, whether you're trained attorneys or not, that's an experience that you have not had. There's no way that this board would do anything that would damage the interests of the districts financially or towards students. It's not going to happen. So, I think there's a misunderstanding here. And I don't know how much involvement you've had with ed law. I don't. But I also think that I understand where we're going with this. And the new superintendent will have everything to say or listen to and help sort out beginning July 1. He'll be totally involved in this process. This is not a thing we're trying to get done without him in any way.
Trisha, oh, sorry, go ahead, Carl.
No, I'm sorry. I just, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. I mean, I've been through this process many times. Nothing is done in 3 or 4 weeks of any value. Offers are not made or exchanged. Only fact finding. That takes a while. Finding out what the district can do, finding out what other districts are paying, finding out what all of those things have to do. And I know, Sarah, I'm going on a little bit, but it's just not what's being presented here.
Thank you, Carl. I would just like to give Trisha Dellis the opportunity to clarify. I know that Craig did make the statement, not only is this happening in the fall, but he did also make the statement that there are no negotiations happening over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So Trisha Dellis, can you please clarify exactly what's happening between now and July 1st in terms of negotiation?
Absolutely nothing. Nothing is going on. We are not coming together to have any conversations. Nothing is happening at all. Basically, this is an item to get everybody prepared for the fall. And I would also add that we are an interest-based bargaining district, and the people on the negotiating teams on both sides of the table have not been trained in this process because there's so many people, new faces. So training from Greg Danis will happen in the fall as well before negotiations even begin. So nothing is happening. I do not have time to do any of this work. There's plenty for me to do, and it does not include negotiating with any of the unions. So I don't know how to be clearer. No one's trying to do anything sneaky. We trust that the new superintendent will be coming in the fall, and they will go through a training process on interest-based bargaining, and then they will go through a negotiations process that will probably be, several months long.
Absolutely correct.
So just to reiterate and to summarize, there will absolutely be no negotiations happening between tonight, May 26th, and July 1st, correct?
Correct.
You will not be involved in any negotiations between now and July 1st.
That's correct.
And post July 1st, there will be training on interest-based bargaining, which you will also not be involved in because that is when Ted Knight will be on board. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Ted Knight will also be a part of those trainings. So come on, folks, to assume that we don't care or we don't understand what's going on here is, quite frankly, a little ridiculous.
Tess, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had your hand raised. Oh, Seabury.
Yeah, I think one of the comments at the beginning of the meeting was addressing items for future topics. And I think it might be helpful, Sarah, to kind of go through what happens when someone voices a particular interest in a future topic versus submitting it online.
Sure. And Trisha Dellis, do you want to talk about a little bit about that process?
Actually, I'm going to hand it over to Trisha Z because she's the one who receives this and keeps and checks it every day, every week. So Trisha Zarvich, can you jump on and just talk about what you need from the board as well as the community for an agenda item?
Great, thank you.
Our bylaw asks that we get it in writing from the public. So if you can put it on that form, which we try to make it as easy as possible on the website, so you can click on it and submit your request. And then anything, I will take it to the board president and the clerk and we will discuss it at agenda setting, and then they will decide whether it's within the parameters of all the parameters that we have to follow on those board bylaws and what agenda item, if any, it will be on. And then I'm given direction to reach back out to those that requested it and to, as the process piece only, and give the information. So if it's not in the parameters, and sometimes I do work with legal, sometimes I just work with the board president and the clerk to get their direction. But everything does need to be in writing so I can track it. And so we don't lose track of everything. It is hard even when the board members during the meeting are talking and everyone has great ideas during the meeting. And I'm trying to run the meeting and having someone help me with the minutes and stuff now, and to go back and listen to a 5-hour meeting. And I don't want to miss anything. And I'm trying to track it the best way possible so that we don't have any issues. It helps me too. If the board could also do that, that would just keep it clean because I make notes on it as well.
Great, that's really helpful. Thank you.
And Sarah, in terms of future topics, we really got quite a bit on our plate already. So this board member doesn't have anything to add to the future until we get, farther along with the new superintendent.
Great, thank you. All right, so with that, I will go ahead and thank everybody for joining this meeting this evening. And we will see you on Friday and consider this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much for everybody's help here.